to shine. Don't let them steal your mind away from you. Said if they owed you money, I won't need a penny from you. Oh, you're stronger than you think. Don't let these wounds sting. I promise soon. 'Cause you're 4, 5, 6, sometimes 2 goes. If your roof is tin and your house caves in, and nobody else at fault. Think I did something bad, I did something bad. Never question the hand they had. Say, if they owe me money, if they owe me something, let's go round and spend it all. Said, I'm not very lucky. If they owe me something, let's go round and spend it all. I'm so very lost. Things hadn't going my way. I've been on both loves and the grass is greener over on their side. Let me tell you now, walking the road after every turn, it scares me like it do. There's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can say about it. I tried to meditate about it. I even tried to pray about it. I'll let go before I explode. Before I explode, I'll let go before I explode. Before I explode. I used to lean on my pride, but I don't have any left. I put my heart to the side, I kept it all to myself. Who cares? Playing the cards that I'm dealt. No fair, did it without any help. Daddy taught me well, never be proud of myself. Life was a living hell, I started doubting myself. Something is telling me it won't be clear until I look in the mirror. Something is telling me it won't be clear until I look in the mirror. I'll let go before I explode. Before I explode, I'll let go before I explode. Before I explode. Won't walk around with my head down. I work through the trauma till everything's okay. Sometimes it feels like I'ma drown. I work through the trauma till everything's okay. Won't walk around with my head down. I work through the trauma till everything's okay. Sometimes it feels like I'ma drown. I work through the trauma till everything's okay. I'll let go
On the phone. Becky, are you? Oh. Becky, are you on the phone? Becky? So we'll do a quick sound check. I have Anna Brawley. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thanks. Mr. Rivera?
Check, check.
Mr. Salt? Nope. Miss Wint Pearson? Okay, we're almost ready to start, folks. We're not quite there. Who just checked into the phone?
This is Becky Wynn Pearson.
Was that Miss Wint Pearson?
Yeah.
All right, there we go. You came across real loud and clear, but we modulated on our end. I just am looking for one last person. Good evening, everybody. I now call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. Tonight is August 13th, 2024. It is 5:05 p.m. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Assemblymember Myers.
Here.
Assemblymember Martinez.
Present.
Assemblymember Littlefield.
Here.
Assemblymember Rivera.
Present.
Assemblymember Johnson.
Here.
Chair Constant.
Here.
Vice Chair Zalatel.
Here.
Assemblymember Bronga.
Here.
Assemblymember Volland.
Happy to be here.
Assemblymember Brawley.
Here.
Assemblymember Stolt. is absent. Assemblymember Perez Verdilla.
Here.
Chair Constant, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Next, we will do the Pledge of Allegiance, and I did not have a chance to ask the youth members to do this, so I'm just going to go ahead and lead it myself. Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
And to the republic
for which it
stands,
one nation,
under God.
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Zalatel, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
Yes, Mr. Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Next, we have minutes from previous meetings. Tonight, there are minutes from, excuse me, the special meeting of July 2nd, 2024, which is item 4A and item 4B. Special meeting minutes, July 11, 2024. I'd like to ask for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Ms. Zalatel, second by Mr. Myers. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection, those minutes have been adopted. Next, we'll have the mayor's report. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, and thank you, members of the Assembly as well. It's an honor to be here. Our administration is here to serve the people of Anchorage and to work with the legislative branch to move our entire community forward. Last week, I attended the annual Employee Awards Picnic and had the opportunity to celebrate our dedicated municipal workforce. I want to acknowledge some of the winners from last week's event. The Employee of the Year Award was awarded to Roland Atos. The Executive of the Year Award was awarded to Kimberly Rash, who I believe is here tonight. The Work Group of the Year Award for support directly to the public was awarded to the Street Maintenance Department. The Work Group of the Year Award for internal support was awarded to Repro Graphics. And a few other awards. The Community Service Award was awarded to Craig Torrey. The Devin Benham Safety Award was awarded to Shane Christensen. The Supervisor of the Year Award was awarded to Christina Brennan. The Welcoming Workplace Award to the individual was awarded to Carly Lamoth. And the Welcoming Workplace Award to the group was awarded to People Mover Customer Service. Thank you all for your hard work and dedication to our community. I want to talk a little bit about public safety and unsheltered homelessness because I know it's top of mind for many folks in our community. Our administration has been focused on a consistent, effective, and humanitarian response to the challenges we're seeing on our streets and trails. We have been monitoring several encampments that pose public safety concerns. We know abatement itself is not a solution to unsheltered homelessness. We're seeing that as people move a few streets over following an abatement. But abatement can be a public safety tool to address the biggest problem areas. We will continue to abate areas that pose a public safety threat as we have resources available to do so. We must keep in mind that we are seeing two different problems here. Most of the folks sleeping outside are unsheltered because they have nowhere else to go and need help accessing resources. We also know that there are other people on our streets who are purposefully engaging in criminal activity, preying on people in camps and surrounding neighborhoods. Sleeping outside is not a crime, but criminal activity is. From drug trafficking to theft and assault, we must bring a public safety response to criminal activity in our community. For those folks who are unsheltered and need help, we need to be providing alternative places to go. That means establishing year-round shelter and increasing housing options. We must do both, and we're committed to doing both. We have three major goals these next few months. The first, address immediate public safety concerns. Second, implement a shelter plan ahead of winter. And third, develop a year-round response to homelessness that includes shelter and more housing. We have big challenges in front of us, but I'm optimistic that we can make positive and meaningful progress. In fact, today, the Parks and Recreation Healthy Spaces team cleared the camp at Elderberry Park. The 15 individuals at this location were housed as part of the Next Step initiative run by the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, with support from an investment by the Assembly. And thank you for that. This program is an example of how we must keep our focus on housing and continue to scale up so that more people who are unsheltered have safe places to go when they move off the street. It all comes down to having a strong team. This week, we were joined in the mayor's office by Farina Brown, Special Assistant for Homelessness and Health, and Nolan Clauda, Policy Director. Over the coming weeks, we're collaborating with the Assembly to also engage municipal employees via an employee survey to better understand how we can recruit, retain, and support workers. With 5 weeks on the job, I can confidently say that our municipal workforce is our greatest asset. We must continue to staff up the municipal team if we are going to address the complex challenges in front of us, from homelessness to public safety to reversing out migration and building our economic future. We have some big problems in front of us and also some really big opportunities. And in meeting with residents and partners across the community, I also know that we have everything we need here to find solutions. We didn't get here overnight, and we won't get out of here overnight, but we can make daily progress toward a better future for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Next, we'll have the chair's report. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our regular business meeting. First, I'll start with a back-to-school message. Anchorage School District resumes classes this week, so please, everybody out there, exercise extra caution when you're driving and watch out for students on the sidewalks and buses on the roads. Let's work together to keep our kids safe as we get used to the new traffic patterns, especially with the new changes that are being ushered in this year with the staggered first day of school, new start times, and the Academy's model that's beginning to roll out. I wish the students, families, and school district staff the best of luck with these changes, and I hope everyone has a great school year. Next, we have an employee survey that's being circulated. To our hardworking municipal employees, I want to let you know the 2024 Municipality Employee Survey went live yesterday. The Assembly recognizes that recruiting and retention are a strong workforce is a critical need of the municipality, so we made this one of our top priorities in 2024. I want to thank members Zelatel and Martinez for spearheading this project on the Assembly side, and thank the staff from the administration and the mayor who have worked so hard to get this out the door. The survey is one step in the Assembly's work to support the incoming administration and municipal employees toward the goal of making the municipality one of the best places in Anchorage to work. Next, I'd like to turn to our Sister Cities program. Later this month, before the next time we meet, the Chitose delegation is going to visit us for our every 5-year Sister City exchange. So later this month, the Commission will be hosting a delegation from Anchorage's oldest sister city, Chitose, Japan. Located on the northernmost island in Japan, Hokkaido, Chitose is found in the midwestern region of the island. Marked by mountains and rivers, the city's geography feels familiar to Anchorage. It even has a salmon stream right up the middle of it. And although Chitose is about 1/3 the size of our population, it also is the home to a major airport and transportation hub. Chitose, Japan, was Anchorage's first formalized sister city relationship beginning in 1968. Anchorage's school district immersion program began in 1989 and helped students become functionally proficient in speaking, reading, and writing both English and Japanese. With the support of Sand Lake Elementary School's Japanese immersion program and Chitose Elementary, the two schools began a student exchange program in 1994 that continues to this day. And I am proud to bring forward with students from Chitose Elementary an ordinance on the agenda tonight to name Sand Lake Park in honor of our first sister city. And in fact, if you ever have the opportunity to go to Chitose, you will find the heart of their city, Anchorage Park, which even has trees that were brought from our city and planted there many years ago, and these trees are at least 30 feet tall. This year marks 55 years of bridge building, and it's a meaningful occasion of our community is honored to commemorate with appreciation to the Sister Cities Commission. I look forward to welcoming the delegation in celebration of the bridge we have built and will maintain for many years to come. Finally, on my report, I want to turn to a discussion about the youth representative. I'd ask you to come forward now, all three. So a few weeks ago, the Assembly had the opportunity to you candidates for the youth representative position on the Assembly. We had 15 candidates who applied, which is a huge jump over last year. Candidates represented schools across the school district, although no one from Eagle River applied, which next time we need to make sure some do, as well as private and home schools. It was a very tough process to narrow it down from such a strong pool of candidates, but we interviewed 3 really strong candidates and had a great conversation with them. Now I'm pleased to introduce everybody to the 3 students who will be participating as youth members with the Assembly over the course of this school year. We're going to rotate this year, so each one will have a month, and then the next one will pick up, and then each one will have 3 months to serve during the course of the school year. So first I'd like to introduce Kennedy Gray. Come forward. You're 12th grader from Bartlett High. And there's a microphone right here if you want to come up, and there's a little green button. You can press it and turn it on. Just introduce yourself and say hello.
Hello, my name is Kennedy Grady. I am a senior for Bartlett right now, and, well, I'm really happy to be doing this.
All right, thank you. Hold on, Mom wants to get a picture of you, so we'll take just a breather to make sure she can get a picture. And we'll do a picture with everybody together before we're done. So next, I'm going to introduce Bruno Bookman, who will be an 11th grader from West High. Welcome.
I'm Bruno Bookman. I'm excited to work with the city as a youth representative.
All right, thank you. Welcome. And next we have Mika Bell, who's 12th grader from Service High. Welcome. Oh, you turned it off. There you go.
I'm Mika Bell. Like you said, I'm a senior at Service this year, and I'm very excited to work with you all.
Mr. Turner, would you grab a picture of them all together? Thank you. Come right in front of the lectern there. Perfect. So welcome, all 3 of you. And the team will receive an orientation in the coming weeks. Once they're seated on the Assembly, which will be soon, hopefully by the next meeting we'll have one of them, they will be offered the opportunity to join committees and participate in work sessions and informal meetings. They'll receive the same materials presented to Assembly members for regular and special meetings, and give a yes or no preferential vote on each item that comes up, with the exception of alcohol and marijuana license issues. So I want to say welcome to you all. Congratulations, and grateful that you put yourself forward for this work. It is work, so just be prepared. And with that, I also want to thank Heather McAlpine, who did a great job in recruiting. She's a deputy ombudsman, and getting the word out this year, and also to Claire Ross in our Legislative Services Office for making this work out. So congratulations. If you want to stick around and see how our business goes, as long as you can, you'll have an opportunity to see what you're in for. And some nights are spicier than others. I think this one's going to be a pretty mild night. So congratulations. So finally, a few events coming. Oh yeah, okay, congratulations. Few events now, and I'll finish up my report. So Food for Thought. It's a series that I've been working on since the spring. The next one is this Friday. I think it's this Friday. Yeah, this Friday at City Hall. The topic for this month is Bounty in Our Backyard, celebrating food security and local urban agriculture. Food for Thought's a series of work sessions over the Friday lunch hour for the Assembly to welcome community partners to share the good things that are happening in our community. Far too often, all this body deals with are the crisis after crisis, problem after problem. So I wanted to take an opportunity to speak about some of the good things. We've had several opportunities over the year. Also, the next City Nerd Night will be on the topic of water, and will be held August 29th at King Street Brewing. You can learn more about both of these events at the Assembly's website, www.muni.org/assembly. So finally, I'd note that this is a business meeting. We're going to do our best to conclude at a reasonable hour and hopefully get out and enjoy some of the sunshine. Please help to create a climate of respect in the chambers. Refrain from any personal attacks or speaking out of turn, shouting or clapping and pacing unless clapping is in order. Keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches or smaller. Please keep the aisles clear except to line up to testify. If you need to hand something to Assembly members, please hand them to the clerk at the front. If a point of order is called, please stop speaking so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I'll give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. With that said, that concludes my report. We'll now move on to the addendum to the agenda. So Sorry, committee and liaison reports. I always skip that one over. So we'll start with committee and liaison reports. Mr. Myers.
Nothing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. The Community and Economic Development Committee will meet on September 5th. Our last meeting on August 1st had a presentation from the new Executive Director of the Federation of Community Councils, and it was a really good opportunity to hear their vision for the organization and how they intend to support local community councils, which often play a role in our community economic development decisions at a hyper-local level. So that was good news to have them working and aligned with our conversation. Our next meeting on September 5th, Chair, will be at the Permit Center at 9 a.m., and we'll have a couple of presentations. One of them I'm really excited about with respect to the Chief Operating Officer from ASD will be with us, and we'll talk a little bit about the conversation about the right sizing that they're doing in the school district and what that may mean to some of their properties across the community of Anchorage. So I'm looking forward to that conversation, and just to remind folks, all of our meetings are recorded and you can see them live and also after the fact at the CEDC website through the Assembly's webpage. This week, Chair, I just wanted to note that I'm also visiting a conference that's being held at the Denina Center, which is from the Global Autonomous Systems Conference. And 85 or so percentage of the folks that I saw in attendance of this conference were from outside of the state who are coming to Alaska primarily because, and the governor was there today as well, primarily because the research and development opportunities for innovation technology around different systems and unmanned aviation is incredibly high for us in Alaska with partnerships with the university, and at Fairbanks they have a research institute. These are part of the innovation economy, part of how we reduce costs to local government. And just anecdotally, Chair, when we think of the high-tech workforce of tomorrow, you know, one of the things that I salute is that I know that STEM is happening across our school district, and that a lot of our middle school students are exposed to 3D printing and AutoCAD and all sorts of interesting technologies. I hope that these sorts of conferences with forward-facing innovation as part of an economic solution could help to not only come to Anchorage with respect to a conference, but can excite us and ignite us with respect to our own economic opportunities. And Chair, and I'll note one additional item, one of the presentations we'll expect at our next CEDC meeting will be the Chamber of Commerce, and we want the Chamber of Commerce and the member businesses to look at our committee as a place that they can bring ideas for how we can support small businesses in our community. So, Chair, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Littlefield.
Nothing new tonight, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, everyone from Kodiak. Member Brawley and I are here for the Alaska Municipal League Summer Conference. The conference really kicks off tomorrow, where there'll be a whole host of different discussion topics which impact all municipal governments throughout the state. I have the pleasure of speaking tomorrow regarding recruitment and retention, which is something that I know has been top of mind to this body and the new administration. Although not scheduled yet, there will be another municipal audit committee held this month to continue our review and autopsy of the 2022 audit, leading into what I hope will be a very successful and timely 2023 audit. Lastly, there is a Quality Municipal Services, Ethics and Elections Committee, gotta love committees with a comma in their name, scheduled for Wednesday, August 28th. Agenda is going to be coming out next week for that committee. This is a new committee of the Assembly, which I advocated for some time ago. So, of course, I will be serving as the inaugural chair. This committee, in my view, has three aspects to its charter. One, providing oversight and a direct connection between the branches of government, legislative and executive, for those departments which all residents rely on for a great quality of life in the municipality, such as the Library Department and Parks and Recreation. Those are two among a longer list of about 11 departments, as well as the Anchorage School District, which will be in the portfolio of this committee. Two, this committee will explore issues like recruitment and retention to ensure municipal services are delivered at the level residents expect. And three, the committee reviews both the election ethics and code and elections code for clarity and recommends changes in coordination with the Board of Ethics, the Election Commission, the Office of the Municipal Clerk, and the general public. That's it. Not all that much. I look forward to the first meeting, and we'll have more to report at the August 27th Assembly meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Johnson.
No report from me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Alto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is an Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee meeting on the 21st. Oh, sorry, I am on November. My apologies. I am already into the future. On the 15th. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And we will be taking up an item from AWU from today's agenda, assuming the body agrees to continue it, as well as an item Mr. Solt brought us, again, related to AWU. Really want to put on your calendars and have you underline it, that on the 23rd, there will be a special meeting of the Infrastructure, Enterprise, and Utilities Oversight Committee. That will be all about the port. Particularly, we're going to talk about the crane agreement, the plan of finance, and the timeline. We are moving toward T1 construction bid award, and so want you all to be there so we can really talk through the various moving pieces and make sure we are in alignment and on time and on schedule for that project. Also on August 15th, we co-chair with Ms. Brawley, who's on the phone tonight, is the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, and we will go through our standard reports as we prepare and get ready to go into budget season. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Spronga.
Thank you, Chair. Tomorrow, the long-awaited Public Health and Safety Committee meeting will be happening at 11 a.m. in room 155. We've got a new format where we are bringing forward items for action, any updates to spending that's going to be coming, and reports. If something really pressing is going on, you can bring those items up. But it's a good chance to hear what's going on public safety-wise in our community, and public is welcome to attend, and I hope to see you there. Also tomorrow, the Visit Anchorage Government Relations Committee is meeting at 3:30, and it's an excellent opportunity if any of us on the body have something that you would like to share out with Visit Anchorage. I would be happy to bring that forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, an update on the Anchorage Community Development Authority. ACDA is working on a $10 million federal DOT grant to install electric vehicle charging stations throughout the municipality. Also, SB 179 was signed today by Governor Dunleavy. A key highlight is its potential to accelerate development projects by expanding the tax base without imposing additional financial burdens on the state or negatively affecting education funding. The bill integrates essential provisions from the previously proposed SB 77, which will allow a municipality to offer 100% tax abatements for housing, economic development, and community development projects. That would potentially assist the ACDA in several of their projects. So exciting to see that be signed into law. On the Transportation Committee front, myself and my co-chair, Member Littlefield, are in conversations with the administration. We will be meeting with the municipal manager soon to discuss the administration's plan for winter regarding snow removal and how they are going to strategize for that. So we're looking at having a special meeting of the Transportation Committee, which normally meets quarterly, but a special meeting in early September where we will go over all of that and be able to hear from the administration and various departments on what we can look forward to this winter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Member Rivera, for giving the update on the Alaska Municipal League Conference. And thank you to Vice Chair Salatel for giving the update on the Budget and Finance Committee. I will give just a couple other updates. One is that for those who are interested in public finance related topics, there's going to be 2 work sessions on Friday, August 16th. One of them at 1 p.m. we will be discussing the Capital Improvement Program, or CIP, discussing the process and some potential changes to the timeline that the public engages in. And then immediately after that, at 2:10 p.m., we will hear a presentation by the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation about their proposed sales tax, which is known as Project Anchorage. So check those out on Friday. Second, the Legislative Committee. We have a next meeting tentatively scheduled for Wednesday, September 18th. We will be releasing more information about that soon. And then we will be beginning discussion and preparing the legislative program. And then another work session that might be of interest to folks tracking legislative issues on Friday, August 16th at 10:30 a.m. We will be having a briefing from Blank Rome, our federal lobbyist, on the status of federal priorities related to the municipalities such as the port. And all of those will be at City Hall, room 155. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Solt will be joining us in just a bit. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few updates. There'll be a meeting of the Anchorage Equity Committee of the Assembly on August 22nd. That is at 4:30 in room 155. Also, thank you to my co-chair for the Public Health and Safety Committee, Ms. Branga. Just a couple of additions there. There is, we're going to hear from the Anchorage Health Department on the progress of the Golden Lion, or the Anchorage Center for Treatment. We're also going to hear a presentation from the Alaska Coalition for Justice, and this is a group that's been meeting for several years to talk about issues like police oversight, and so they'll be bringing some of their ideas as we look at the potential of rebooting the Public Safety Commission. And then third, just wanted to give an update on the Housing and Homeless Committee. The next meeting is scheduled, I believe, for August 22nd. So please join us for that as well. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Member Solte usually gives a quick update on Project Anchorage during his report, which, as folks know, is the initiative led by AEDC and a coalition regarding a possible sales tax. Just the only update that I have for now is an encouragement for my colleagues as well as interested members of the public to attend a presentation that's happening on a work session this Friday, August 16th from 2:10 to 3:40 p.m. on Project Anchorage sales tax proposal. AEDC will be leading that presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So next we'll move on to the addendum to the agenda. So first, I'll go ahead and read the laid on the table items into the record. We have 2 supplemental items, an item for introduction, and then 2 new items. So I'll start with the supplemental items. The supplemental item, the first one is 10A1A, Resolution AR 2024-246S, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage recognizing July 26, 2024 was the 34th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act and supporting the development of customized and supported employment programs for individuals with disabilities. That's accompanied by the S1 version, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage recognizing July 26, 2024 was the 34th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act and supporting the development of customized and supported employment programs for individuals with disabilities. The next supplemental item we have is item 14A, 14A2, Information Memorandum, AO 2024-73, an ordinance, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, renaming Sand Lake Park to include recognition of Anchorage's first sister city of Chitose, Japan, which is also including item 14A3, AM, unnumbered, 2024-73, an ordinance, the Anchorage Assembly renaming Sand Lake Park to include recognition of the Anchorage's first sister city, Chitose, Japan. So I just needed to read those items, and I will note for the record for the public who's in attendance that the intent of the chair is to begin the public hearing as close to 7 p.m. as possible for item 14A, just because there are students coming who may have classes this week and we need to get them out of here. So next we have one item for introduction, which would be item 10G4, ordinance AO 2024 unnumbered, and ordinance waiving the taxicab market conciliation hearing before the Transportation Commission required by AMC subsection 11.20.030A for calendar year 2024 based upon the Transportation Commission's finding that stable demographic and economic conditions in recent years make holding such a hearing and issuing additional taxicab permits in 2024 unnecessary and ineffective use of municipal resources. Can I get a motion to introduce second and third?
Move to introduce.
Moved by Ms. Altel.
Second.
Third. Seconded by Mr. Rivera. Third by Mr. Vaughn. Taking care of that item. Next, we have two connected items. Both of them are new items, and so we will ask the administration to make the rationale for why this is time sensitive only for one time. Hopefully, it should generalize to both items. So next we have item 10D12, an unnumbered assembly memorandum, amendment number 10 to contract BDO USA, PC BDO 4400000761 to provide professional auditing services. Is there a motion to lay this on the table?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Altel. Who's the second? Yeah, I thought it was Mr. Vaughn. Seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Who's going to come up and provide the justification for time sensitivity on this item from the administration?
Sorry for the delay, Mr. Chair. Remind me, I was in a sidebar conversation. Which item are we looking at now?
This is the additional funds for the concluded contract for BDO, the auditors.
Yes, that's nearly the explanation. I'll give it a first attempt. If I need any additional assistance, we can call on CFO Alden Thurn, who's in the audience. But this is a cleanup item from bringing the 2022 ACFR to conclusion. BDO did some additional work, and this is sort of truing up the total amount of money that we think they're owed under the previous arrangements.
There will be questions. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. That's the what, but the timing. Why do we need to hear it tonight versus the next meeting?
Well, I may enlist the assistance of the CFO Alden Thurn, but partly this is to keep BDO working for us as we work towards 2023 now. I think until we close out the prior engagement, we are not entirely confident that we're going to not incur delays as we move into the next round here.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if this item passes, we'll just need the number, and it'll be my intent to pull it.
Okay, then I'll save my comments for when the item is pulled, because I have some feelings about this. So there is an argument that has been made that if we don't do this, then our auditors will stop working because they're not getting paid. So members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this item on the table. This one will be 10D12.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-1, that item has been laid on the table. So it is item 10D12.
Did you do the vote?
The vote was 10-1.
Was the motion for both of them or just one? Just one. Just 10 to 12, okay. Yeah, okay.
All right, next we have item 10E7, AR 2024, unnumbered resolution of the Anchorage Assembly reducing the appropriation to solid waste services for fiscal year 2024, reducing the appropriation to the Don Young Port of Alaska for fiscal year 2024, reducing the appropriation to the finance for fiscal year 2024, providing for cash transfer, providing an additional appropriation to the Assembly Municipal Clerk for fiscal year 2024, and providing an effective date. Is there a motion to lay this item on the table?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Any discussion on this? We have the rationale already. Any discussion?
Very quickly, Mr. Chair. So this would be the money to go with the contract extension. So if we lay one on the table tonight, we need to lay the other. Thank you.
Yeah, and the rationale is the same. Members may proceed to vote.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I texted you.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So folks may recognize or see that my name is listed under both of these, and that's frankly just a procedural matter. As the chair of the Municipal Audit Committee, my name is always listed on these, but at the administration rightfully answered the questions on the rationale, as these are documents that they have pushed forward under my name as the chair of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 10 to 1, that item 10E7 has been laid on the table. That concludes any of the reading new items. So next, I would like to ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed in the laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Mr. Vaughn and seconded by Mr. Myers. Any further discussion? I'm going to ask for unanimous consent. Any objection? Seeing and hearing none, the addendum to the agenda and the laid on the table items have been incorporated. Next, we'll have appearance requests. We have one that was canceled tonight, so we'll just have one, which is 9A. Mr. William Baxter, please come forward. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
I'm William Baxter. I'm from Fairview area, and one of the things was surprising me as me wearing my sticker shirts and put bumper stickers on my truck. I didn't know how political I became, and a lot of times I see you go to restaurants, you have military, and you have now first responders. I think politicians should be there too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will move on to our consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial, such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, ordinances and resolutions for introduction. These items on the consent agenda may be accepted or approved by the Assembly by a single vote on the motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by Assembly members for discussion and separate vote on any and each of the items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing at a future date. So next, I'll go down the dais and members pull items. Mr. Prisverdi has stepped out. Mr. Rivera, excuse me, that's Mr. Schultz. So Ms. Brawley.
No items, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walland.
No items, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Braga.
10A1.
10A1 for Ms. Braga. Next, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10C2, 10 Delta 1, and 10 Delta 12.
That's fine. Mr. Johnson.
No items.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10 Charlie 3.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Chair. 10 Echo 5. And that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
No additional items. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. I'll go through the list. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So the items we have pulled from the agenda tonight are 10A1, Ms. Bronga. Mr. Salt has joined us now, and he has no items to pull. So 10A1, Ms. Bronga, 10C2, Ms. Zalatel, 10C3, Mr. Rivera, 10D12, Ms. Zalatel, 10E5, Mr. Littlefield. And did you have any items to pull, Mr. Presidio?
10D1.
That one's already pulled, so, okay. So I'll go through it one more time, less chaotic. Item 10A1 is pulled by Ms. Bronga. 10C2 is pulled by Ms. Zalatel. 10C3 is pulled by Mr. Rivera. 10D1 is pulled by Ms. Zalatel. 10D12, Ms. Zalatel. And then 10E5, Mr. Littlefield. Did I miss anything? Okay, good. All right, so next I would like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection, the consent agenda has been approved. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F other than the pulled items, which we'll take up next or that have been introduced for public hearing at a future meeting, which are all items in the 10G. If you're here to see action on those items that were on the consent agenda but not pulled, those items have now been passed or accepted. All right, so next we'll start with our recognition resolution. We have item 10A1. 10A1 is Resolution AR 2024-246. One second. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing July 26, 2024 was the 34th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act and supporting the development of customized and supported employment programs for individuals with disabilities. We have an S and an S1. This item was pulled by Ms. Bronga. Ms. Bronga.
Move the S1.
Second.
Motion to approve the S1 by Ms. Bronga, second by Mr. Volland. Is there any discussion? Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. So first, I'd like to thank Ms. Bronga and Mr. Martinez for bringing forward the changes for the S1. It was a really great opportunity to bring another effort they had moving alongside something that was already going. I just want to share, I came to Alaska in 2005 to work for the Disability Law Center of Alaska. And to represent people with disabilities. The ADA is an amazing tool, and so I'm very happy that we recognize it. We're not everywhere we should be, but we've come so far. And so I just always feel very closely tied to when we take action for this. And I hope it is action we take, not just recognition. I think it is so important for us to really be ensuring that we are a very inclusive place to work and to lead by example. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bronga.
Thank you, Chair. I first wanted to apologize that this is not, did not come out in a timely fashion for the July 26th, but I'm happy that it's here tonight, and I'm even happier that it's not just recognition, it's a call for some action within our municipality to carve out supported and customized employment opportunities within the municipality. So, and I thank Member Martinez and Member Zalatel for helping me out with this, and I will get right to the reading.
Just one sec. I just want to note, Ms. Bronga made a kind of small statement in there about where this was on the agenda. So it's unusual because it does have some actions in it that are specific actions, and those tend to come into the 10B section of our agenda, not the 10A section of our agenda. So I just want to speak to the more process-oriented among us that in future versions we would place it in 10B because it has action, and then we could change the order to read it in this part of the meeting, which is the initial part, and then we would be following our procedures. So it's not a super big deal, but when resolutions are drafted that you make that have action specific, then they should be in the 10B section, not the 10A section. So
Appreciate the clarification.
yeah, that's just, I know that some members would. So, and then I would ask one last question. Do any members object to being added as a sponsor, or the mayor? Everyone's okay? Hearing no objection, Madam Clerk, thank you. So now, sorry, Ms. Braga, you have, oh, I thought I did, but that's okay. Then is there any objection to approval of this item? Just asking for unanimous consent, seeing, hearing none, this item is adopted. All right, now, Ms. Braga.
Thank you. And if someone's coming up to receive, they can come on up to the mic. A resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage recognizing July 26, 2024 was the 34th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act and supporting the development of customized and supported employment programs for individuals with disabilities. Where on July 26, 1990, H.W. Bush signed into law the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, establishing a clear and comprehensive national mandate for the elimination of discrimination against people with disabilities. And whereas on September 25, 2008, the Americans with Disabilities Act Amendment Act, ADAA, was passed to fulfill the legacy of guaranteeing civil rights to persons with disabilities. And whereas 1 in 4 Americans living with disability have expanded opportunities due to the ADA reducing barriers, changing perceptions, and increasing full participation in the community. And whereas, despite progress seen with the passage of ADAA, individuals with disabilities live in poverty at almost twice the rate of those without disabilities. In fact, individuals with disabilities make up only 12% of the U.S. working age population and account for more than half of those living in long-term poverty. And whereas, with the right guidance and support, anything is possible for individuals with disabilities. Supported and customized employment helps individuals connect with their employers and perform their duties with attention and care, boosting their confidence in their abilities. And whereas supported employment leads to more competitive, higher-paying employment opportunities for individuals with IDD compared to those other job readiness training programs, one study published by the National Library of Medicine found that between 40 and 60% of individuals enrolled in supported employment successfully obtain competitive employment compared to less than 20% of similar individuals not enrolled in a supported employment program. And whereas the Municipality of Anchorage affirms the principles of equality and inclusion for persons with disabilities as embodied in the ADA, Alaska statutes, and Title V of the Anchorage Municipal Code, and whereas the Municipality of Anchorage strives to create a 21st century workforce that is responsive, adaptable, diverse, and representative of the community it serves. And whereas the Municipality of Anchorage is called on to be a model city in inclusiveness by creating a comprehensive, supported, and customizable employment program to remove the barriers to employment for individuals with developmental or significant disabilities seeking full or part-time work within the city. And whereas numerous organizations in Anchorage and Alaska, including the Alaska Disability Advisory Group, the Arc of Anchorage, Cook Inlet Housing Authority, the Alaska Deaf Council, Stone Soup Group, Access Alaska, Hope Community Resources, Unmasking Brain Injury, Alaska Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired, and the Disability Law Center work in our community to bring forth the promise of equality inclusion for persons with disabilities that was envisioned with the passage of the ADA. And whereas Anchorage honored the establishment of the American Disability Act with a different community events, including the Anchorage Disability Pride celebration hosted by Disability Pride Alaska on July 27th, and Access Alaska screened documentaries providing more information about the disability rights movement and providing insight and inspiration about different disabilities during the month of July. There is an upcoming Disabilities Expo Day at the Alaska State Fair on August 19th from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that July 26th 2024 was recognized as the 34th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act and does hereby reaffirm to continue to work toward full ADA compliance. The Anchorage Assembly calls on the municipality of Anchorage, in collaboration with the Office of the Mayor, relevant municipal departments, including Human Resources, representative unions, and community partners, to establish and implement a comprehensive program for supported and customizable employment opportunities for people with disabilities seeking employment with the city, passed and approved by Anchorage Assembly this 13th day of August 2024.
Ms. Alfonsi, welcome. Please state your name. You'll have a couple minutes.
Hello, my name is Annette Alfonsi, and I represent Unmasking Brain Injury as well as Empowering Education. I was waiting to hear if there was public testimony since the website said we no longer have to sign up for it, and my apologies if I missed that. So I will follow up in writing later because I wanted to share with you that on my end, it took quite a bit for this resolution to come forward. I reached out to the municipal clerk's office multiple times and didn't hear back in June about getting this on the July agenda. So I will follow up with that later. I have been told different kinds of things about why that may have happened, but ultimately, the point that I wanted to share is that it would be great to come up with a system so that regardless of what kind of mayoral transition is in progress, the work that you all do doesn't get held up because staff changes and people being out of office were reasons that were cited why I wasn't responded to about an inquiry regarding this resolution. So I have been accepting resolutions just for institutional memory purposes for 7 years. And this is the third resolution that I've been invited to accept in the past and was interested in continuing with in the future. So for reference, this is now the fourth mayor's term that I've been coming here. And so it would be wonderful to have some kind of process in place so that during transition periods, when the able-bodied folks are out of the office, the people who represent disability can still have space because these spaces are so very important and so very impactful. Even though some people think that resolutions don't do anything, they actually open the door for other work to get done and for action items to take place, for storytelling, for education, for networking, and for laying a foundation for what can come next. And so it's really important to make sure that that if the people who have space are the ones who get to make decisions, that there's space made for people in the disability community. And so I'd also like to request that this resolution be added to your annual list so that way it's on your list for the future if possible, if that's something that you all are interested in. I am really grateful for your making of this space. Even though it's August instead of July, that's okay. We got there eventually during a transition time. One thing to keep in mind about accessible employment is that it doesn't start when someone is hired. It's started when there's a job description. And so there's a lot of grants and job descriptions and requests for proposals that are written in ways that only apply to able-bodied people that work 9 to 5. So I'd like to invite the folks who have the capacity to change job descriptions or to write the job description to change the job description so that you can have more variety of applicants. And I also wanted to share with you, if you don't know about the Northwest ADA Center, they have lots of publicly available information that's really wonderful regarding ADA-specific information. So again, thank you very much for hearing this resolution today.
So I just want to clarify something. The clerk has zero authority to put anything on the agenda. It is only members who have the authority to do that. So while you might feel that you are wronged somehow, I just want to be really clear that you can approach any member and any member can direct that an ordinance or resolution be introduced. And so please don't hold that against the clerk. The clerk did nothing wrong. So just
I know that now.
thank you.
Thank you.
The clerk serves the assembly and the administration, and not, generally speaking, the public doesn't have a right to add items to the agenda. So the members do. Please find them to do that work. Thank you, Ms. Alfonsi. So next on the agenda, we have item 10C2. 10C2 is AM 640-2024, recommendation of award for a contract with Roger Hickle Contracting for King Street fuel storage improvements. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I would move to postpone this to the meeting of August 27th.
Second.
So there's a motion to postpone by Ms. Zalatel, second by Mr. Johnson. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. The reason for the postponement is so that we can get briefed at next week's Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee. This is a pretty high dollar figure, $4.75 million, and it's something that would usually have come to the committee. So AWU has graciously agreed to come and tell us what's going on, and the delay won't get in the way of the project. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
So on a vote of 12-0, AM 640-2024 has been postponed to the meeting of August 27th. Next, we have item 10C3, Assembly Memorandum, AM 646-2024, recommendation of award of non-encumbered contract with Secure Trans Inc., DBA Axiom Armored Transport to provide armored car services. Mr. Rivera, you pulled this item.
Yes, Mr. Chair, move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is probably in the category of this could have been an email. So I apologize for not sending an email in advance. So the way that I am reading this particular ITB is that this is a new support need that we are attempting to secure with Axiom. Can someone from the administration just confirm or correct me on that, please?
Mr. Thurn is coming up. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. So this particular contract is for the armored car service that's used by a variety of different departments. Historically, this contract was kind of managed by the purchasing department because it was never housed in one particular one. And this came up a while back that really they weren't the appropriate area to be able to do that. So the largest user of the armored car is the Treasury Department, so that's how we pulled it under finance. They basically worked and put the contract back out, worked with the other departments across the city that use the armored car service, and what you have now is a new contract coming forward for that particular service. With like I said, the Treasury Department being the largest user of that, and so we're going to house that under finance going forward and kind of be the contract administrators over it.
Okay, thank you so much for that explanation. That makes sense now. Like I said, could have been an email. Thank you.
Alden, I have a question, Mr. Thurn. So it dawns on me that the biggest cost causer, if you will, is the tax for marijuana, because big piles of cash come floating into the building. Now, we just had the ACE fund and the whole charter amendment. So is there any room within the marijuana tax to pay for the associated costs related to the processing of the marijuana tax, or is that ship sailed?
In my conversations with the treasurer, we've talked about two positions being kind of allocated out of marijuana tax to assist the Treasury Department with that auditing and that function going forward. And I think we even put something in our budget request going forward to kind of look at that and do that. So I think that's what the intention of the treasurer was to incorporate some administrative money from alcohol tax to pay the two people that are monitoring marijuana tax, monitor and audit the amount of revenue that comes in with regards to that.
Yes, I'm not thinking so much in terms of audit. I'm thinking we move cash. we move cash through Axiom, Secure Trans, DBA if this is awarded. So this is a cost that is not solely by the marijuana revenues, but probably substantially. So where's this money coming from, and can it come from, in fact, the cost causer?
Right. A lot of this one is also coming for people who come in and pay their property taxes in June and August to the third floor, and then that gets put into the safe and then is taken away by the Armored Car Service as well.
We're transferring by secure truck any financial instrument, not just cash.
From the city, yes,
Any
to the
financial
to
Okay.
KeyBank basically
Fair
to
enough.
administer the
Thanks.
items.
That's fair enough. That makes sense now. It's not just the cash, it's checks and other vehicles.
And it's not just the Treasury, it's several other entities
thank you.
across that have cash or checks on hand.
And Ms. Brawley, you have a question?
Just briefly to add, Mr. Chair, I had a conversation with Mr. Thurn and the treasurer about this in regard to making sure that we're also not overshooting in terms of how much administrative cost goes to the marijuana tax, because of course, the more for administration, the less that goes to the dedicated funding. And so we discussed IGCs are really being more fine-grained as far as how much of that service can be attributable to that tax. So I'll let the exec branch folks figure that out, but we had discussed that before, and just making sure that is part of the calculation.
Yeah, thank you. And my concern was equal and opposite. So we can probably figure that out through the committee process. Okay, anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
So on a vote of 11 to 0, AM 646-2024 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10D1. 10D1 is AM 626-2024, executive appointment, confirmation hearing, Earl Malpass. Ms. Alatel.
Move to postpone to the meeting of August 27th.
Motion to postpone to August 27th so we can conduct a confirmation hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
So moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Bronga. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, the
go
confirmation
ahead.
hearing is scheduled for the 23rd of August. Thank you.
Thank you. So any further discussion? Seeing hearing none, members may proceed to vote. The motion is to postpone to August 27th.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 1, item 10D1 AM 626-2024 has been postponed to the meeting of August 27th. Next, we have item 10D12. 10D12 is AM unnumbered, amendment number 10 to contract with BDO USA PC 4400000761 to provide professional auditing services. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So the reason I pulled this is a couple fold. One is it appears that our contract, so I did some math, caveat, but as we started on the FY22 audit, it seems like our starting point this year was at $798,000, which is up considerably from the $500,000 to $600,000 we usually spend year over year. And that was all the way back to just get the audit started. If my math is correct, this last amendment puts us at $1.18 million for the 22 audit. If that is in fact the case, one, it's really, really expensive. Two, I think we need to kind of investigate what drove those costs, or is that just the new cost of doing business for an audit? And three, what are we baselining our cost for moving into the 23 audit? Because I have a couple of concerns. One is, did we budget for the audit correctly? And if not, based on kind of what we experienced in the 22 audit, where are we going to find that money, and when do we need to have that money in hand? Because what I really want to do is get realistic about the cost of audits. They're necessary, they're something we have to do, and we need to operationalize the right costs. And we need to make sure we're clear on where those costs are coming from. I will say that engaging in 10 amendments on a contract, to me, as a appropriator and a policymaker, doesn't feel great. It's hard to track where the money is, what was spent when, on what. I can't tell you from this document where we started, like what the per audit costs were, because it all gets kind of lumped into the prior language, right? These just become additive documents. I fully acknowledge that getting an auditor right now is really hard. There aren't enough auditors. There's a lot of agencies that need audits, especially with all of the federal funds that came through as relief dollars. A lot of single audits are required, but they're essential to our operations, and so we need to make sure we're fully planned for them, budgeted for them, and we can ensure that they happen in an expedited manner. There's a lot of complications in this audit, I believe, and so this may be an outlier, but I really want to take this opportunity to learn from it. Also, it's a little bit weird that we're amending a contract for work that happened in the past. We don't usually do that. Usually those amendments come forward, and we amend in time that the work wouldn't have stopped. This one looks like the last performance period was through July 19th. And now we had a gap from July 19th to September 30th of this year. Also, I'm kind of curious if the audit is done, why we still have work to do. So this document just raises a lot of questions. I think it's a bit of a cautionary tale. And so that's why I wanted to pull it and talk about it. Thanks. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Can you come forward, Mr. Thurn? So I just want to start by saying I'm very frustrated and upset, not at you. It's not directed at you, but I need answers to understand what's going on here. So at least at 3 points in the last 6 months since February, we have received emergency appropriation requests because the auditors said on Friday we will put down our pens and not do any more work because we haven't been paid or we aren't under contract. So it was a repeated process that came before this body. We were told, pay or else. How in the world is there $100,000 of work done that was outside of that, we're putting our pens down or else? Like, this feels like we are getting ripped off. I'm just going to say it plain. It feels like we're getting ripped off, and I can't square it, and I need help to understand first what the heck is going on here. Because we heard it again tonight. If you don't pay us for this, we're not starting your next year's audit. So that's extortionate practices. Mr. Thurn.
Well, there's Chair Constant, there is a variety of different topics that Ms. Zalatel and yourself brought up, but I'll try to give a little bit of history, just to kind of remind the body here. Everyone remembers the 22 audit was a nightmare. Let's just put that word out there. I'll kind of start here with the first thing, that Amendment 9 extended the contract for work through June 30th, but we did not issue until July 15th. And I think you can imagine, given the urgency of hitting that July 15th date, BDO basically worked into July, even though we did not have any additional money identified for them to do those hours. So I would say a significant portion of what you're seeing on the $105,000 that's related to the 22 ACFR piece is mainly for hours that they worked beyond the June 30th time period, where they had people all over the country doing the review and doing all that additional paperwork. We were in crisis mode to try to get it done, and I think you saw a vendor, BDO, who understood that at the end, and basically, I don't think we, one, knew what the dollar amount was going to be, and two, we just needed to get the ACFR done. So after the ACFR was done, there are additional items that have happened. You have to post things on federal websites. They had to do work for that. In order to be able to do that, we had to do our grants as well. So I think even up until late last week, they were doing a variety of things that were related to the 2022 ACFR at that point in time. We just were trying to get it done, and the ramifications of it not being done were pretty significant, and what you're seeing on that particular one is with regards to that. And let me just kind of hit the other two, and I'll go back to it. One of the other big issues that we had last year was GASB 87, which was all of our leases. Right when we lost the whole staff and we didn't have any supervision, we did a lot of work on leases, and we have well over 1,000 leases, mainly because of Merrill Field. But one of the very complex leases were at the port, and municipal staff did their best to prepare those port leases for the very first time. They did them, they went to BDO, and they just weren't right, and they had to spend a great deal of time assisting us because of the complexity of the port leases, to work through that. So that's, I think, what you're seeing on that particular part. And then, as you're well aware, we've struggled with our grants since we lost the entire grant department, and the solid waste has the largest earthquake grant, FEMA reimbursement. We had to do a whole lot of extra work this last year on that particular one, and that's what you see on the solid waste portion of this. So it's for different reasons and different ramifications, but ultimately this is where they're at. They put in a significant number of more hours than what was originally bid. Remember, this was a 5-year contract. This was the 5th year on this particular one, so they based it on a certain number of hours that they're going to do, and we blew through the BDO hours in a variety of ways for a variety of reasons, and what you're seeing here is attempting to come back and at least compensate them for the hours that they actually put in order to be able to get our ACFR out. If I could go to Ms. Zalatel's, one of her comments as well, we do have a new contract, so the amount that is going to be charged for 2023 is based on a new one, and the rates did go up. So just because we're on a new contract, there's going to be an increase for the 23 audit just automatically. I can't remember how much they raised, but I'm 100% confident all the numbers went up. And then to further clarify, we are starting our 23 audit late, which is impacting their availability of staff. Most of their staff historically are in August and September are working with vendors or cities who are on a fiscal year, which ends in June, so they're kind of tied up right now. So we're really not going to get full-blown going on this audit until October. So a significant amount of this audit is going to carry into most likely next year. And so the amount of money we're going to spend of 24 money on the 23 audit is not going to be the entire amount that this audit is going to take to be able to do. And then I would also say, where we are with staffing at this particular point, 23 is going to be another challenged audit. It's going to take some significant effort. Some of the big items I hope were addressed with the grants and GASB 87 being taken care of, but we have new GASB rules. We're going to have some new leadership. So there's a variety of challenges. I would think that we could be in a situation where, as we go through this process and we find out the number of hours that are needed, we might have to come back and what BDO bid on it for to do it might be additional work. And one last piece, if I could, if you remember, we did ask them, one of the amendments was for them to actually create the ACFR from a hard copy standpoint. So that it was either 65 or 80,000, I can't remember. That amendment was actually to do work that they had never done before, didn't really want to do for us, but we had nobody. So yes, the 22 audit turned out to be a much larger number, but they were doing some pieces that technically they had never done before. We had some significant additional items that had never been done before, and then we had all of our additional help that we needed them to do to get that ACFR out. So it is a combination of different things that lead us to where we are right now.
So I'm going to zoom in again just onto what just really shocks me, and it's just this message that we've heard. I didn't hear it directly from BDO, so it's filtered that pencils will be put down if we are not paid. That was months ago, and it happened twice.
I believe they said it's multiple times.
Yes, and so I can't square, pencils will be put down if we are not paid with, we did a bunch of work outside of the contract. And so I'm grateful that they did the work and got it done. That's not the point. The point is that weird kind of dynamic where I think our bond rating is what, AA minus or something, pretty darn good still. If our auditors see all of that, why aren't they trusting in full faith and credit and not using these languages that are, if you don't do this, then we're not doing that, and just work with us? Or if they do mean that because there's some control issue they're managing, why don't they stick to that? It's hard to have it both ways and to square that when you're in a position to appropriate. And I don't question the need to make sure the investment is right for next year to get the audit done as quickly as possible. I have zero questions that we need to pay for it and get it done. So I'm not in that school. I'm just in the school of your messages have to be square to us, auditing team, because it's hard to see what's actually happening with an expense that comes after the fact. It's pretty substantial after we've heard numerous times that that can't happen. And that's very frustrating to me, especially in the context of 23. We're not going to work on it until this is paid. So that's my beef. And it sounds like they're working for you, which is good.
We did do a lot of, we asked a lot of questions. We got a lot of backup with regards to the hours and so forth. So we did do a due diligence to be able to do that. But
then I don't question they did the work. I believe they did the work. It's the dynamic to get the work done that is where I'm at. But there are others in the queue. Mr. Johnson, then Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a question for Mr. Thurn here. So I think you hinted at the answer to this question in your previous response, but just to make sure it's clear in my mind. I'm looking at the costs here to solid waste services and also the Dong Young Port of Alaska, and I'm guessing, and I'm just hoping you'll confirm or correct me, basically you're looking at the number of hours required to complete the audit for each of those entities multiplied by an hourly rate, and that's how we come up with the numbers that we're seeing here?
correct. They have multiple people working on and so forth. They each charge a different rate based upon the experience and knowledge that they have and the number of additional hours that they put in to accomplish the work that I mentioned.
Okay, so it's essentially a cost cause or cost payer kind of within.
Yeah, so many, X person works so many hours. This is the rate that we would charge for that hour in a contract that was agreed to 5 years ago. And then we kind of did some negotiations as well to be able to come to an agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Mr. Thurn addressed a lot of the technical questions very well. I will just restate one of the things he said at the very beginning, which is that FY22 ACFR was a nightmare, to put it simply. And I think the BDO and the CFO, controller, ONB, all of the various financial staff working in all the different departments did the very best that they could do, given some of our staffing, our turnover. We lost a significant amount of knowledge during this process. BDO was asked to do things that normally municipal employees would do. There's a lot of different nuances that occurred during the 2022 ACFR, and I think we're seeing that in some of these budget requests that we're getting. And honestly, it's probably going to take, hopefully not too very long, but at least a couple of years before we get back on track. So I would not be surprised, as Mr. Thurn alluded to, that the 23 ACFR will probably have some additional increased costs beyond what is generally expected. And I imagine the 24 ACFR may be in that same boat. So I'm very hopeful that we can get past this 2022 nightmare audit and get back on track. Generally speaking, although I appreciate the mention of some of the messages that BDO had for prior issues, generally speaking, when a contract is, the term of a contract is done, let's say it's July 15th, certainly I would not expect a contractor to continue to work without a contract in place. So I appreciate that. There were some instances where BDO did send us, as the municipality, a clear message that we need to have a contract in place in order for us to continue our work. I certainly wouldn't expect a contractor to do work without that in place. That said, I'm hoping in the future we get a lot more clarity and a lot more lead time on some of these issues, and I think we will be able to do that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. If there's no one else, members may proceed to vote.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, the unnumbered AM, which is item 10D12, has passed the body. Final item on the consent agenda, 10E5. 10E5 is AR 2024-244, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $18,500 from Chugiak Eagle River Chamber of Commerce as a restricted contribution to Eagle River Chugiak Parks and Rec Service Area Capital Improvement Fund 462800 for capital improvements at the Harry J. McDonald Center. This item was pulled by Mr. Littlefield. Mr. Littlefield, do you have a motion?
Chair, I've just opened this and pulled it for a reason, for a little bit of clarification on where the money, excuse me, where the money's coming from.
Before we do that, you have to have a motion on the floor. So if your intent is to see it approved, the first motion is move to approve. Second would be move to postpone, or the third would be postpone indefinitely. So first a motion.
Move to approve.
Perfect. Second. So there's a motion to approve by Mr. Littlefield, seconded by Mr. Presverdia. Now, Mr. Littlefield,
Thank you,
have the
Chair.
floor.
Thank you for keeping me straight. Got a little quick question on where the money's coming from. The Chugiak Eagle River Chamber of Commerce doesn't have the money, so if we could get the department up here or the CFO to explain to us where the money's coming from, rather than pulling from a organization that doesn't have the money.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Littlefield, I'll do my best to answer. I'm not sure I can speak to all the accounting pieces of it, but I can, big picture, explain that during a cleanup in SAP, staff discovered that an $18,500 check that had come from the Chugiak Eagle River Chamber of Commerce and intended for upgrades to the sound system of the McDonald Center had never been appropriated. And so this is a cleanup item with the AM and the AR to be able to appropriate those funds to be able to use them.
And a quick follow-up, Mike. So the money's been sitting there, but the work has been done, correct?
That's correct, and it's my understanding that these funds were a portion of the overall project, and I'd have to get back to you with more information, but the project was completed and it was paid for, and then these funds will go into an account that's also for the Harry J. McDonald Center, future capital improvements, but this project is done.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I can give some context. This was appropriated by the Chamber in May of 2021. It was I was sitting on the Chamber board at the time, so we agreed to be the pass-through entity, the Chamber did, I should say, not we. The Chamber agreed to be the pass-through entity to collect money, raise money for the sound system at the Harry McDonald Theater. It was transferred in June of 2021. So my question goes back to what Member Littlefield said. If the work was done then and paid for then, where'd those monies come from? And what will this, you just answered my other question, is what this will be used for additional funds for the Harry J. McDonald Theater?
Yeah, and I don't want to, that's correct, and through the chair, Assemblymember Myers, I don't want to speculate how it was paid for, if it came from undesignated capital dollars in the service area. I could get you that information. I don't know that tonight.
Okay, if you could get that, I'd appreciate it.
I will.
So just to be clear, the money was in hand to the municipality a long time ago. We didn't just receive a check, and so we're not expecting a payment from the chamber for this. Reasonable assumption?
I spoke to the chamber today, and they told me it was paid in June of 2021.
Right.
Yeah, I have the check in front of me. It's a June 8th check, 2021. We deposited on June 23rd.
Of 2021?
Of 2021.
Perfect.
And, yeah.
Okay, that's, I think, just so we're getting to the meat. We're not expecting a check from them. It's already done. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Perez-Verdia?
So on a vote of 12-0, AR 2024-244 has passed the body. Brief question for the members from Eagle River. Did you get your question answered earlier? Okay, thank you. So just because we have a 7 o'clock timeline for our public hearing for the Chitose sister school, the park renaming, I'm going to consider us taking a dinner break in 10 more minutes from now. And so there's a couple items I think we can dispense with pretty quickly on the 11s. And so if there's no objection, I'd like to do that so we can just knock them out. 11A is AM 596-2024, purchase order to Home and Landowner, Inc. to provide hillside fire prevention and management. There's a motion to approve on the floor. Does the administration want to speak to this briefly? Okay, but...
Yeah, to the chair, the manager, Wynn Pearson, is on the phone and would like to speak to it.
Ms. Wynn Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our request here would be, again, to continue this one indefinitely. We, in follow-up to the last discussion of this item, did look again at the very specific requirements of the grant agreement with the state and determined that those requirements would compel us to pass on insurance and indemnity provisions through a different structure agreement with HALO than what was proposed last time. And so we are able to move forward in compliance with the grant agreement immediately with AFD as the fiduciary managing these funds directly, which is what that grant agreement says for us to do. So our request would be to put this item aside and allow the department to proceed in collaboration with HALO as required by the state grant agreement.
So just to note, your phone is coming across to the members on the phone is really garbled. I'm not sure why. And so I'll just repeat generally what I heard you say, and you can say whether I got it right. The request of the administration is to postpone this item indefinitely, that the grant agreement from the state requires insurance and indemnity that we would have to pass on to HALO, and they're not positioned to do that, and that the intent of the administration is to meet the needs of HALO using an internal process.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct. And I apologize. I think probably the speaker function on my phone is causing me to be less decipherable. I'm not sure if this is better.
Yeah, that didn't really make it better, but that's okay. I think I picked up what you said. So thank you. Mr. Johnson.
You did.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe Ms. Wynn Pearson can help me follow this conversation. I appreciate you answering some questions for me with an email, which seemed to suggest there was a process forward, would not require a substitute AR. So help me understand what happens next if we postpone this indefinitely. I didn't quite follow the broken conversation as well as maybe I wish I had.
Sure, and I hope you can hear me now. If you can't, please indicate that I can. So through the chair.
If you speak slowly, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay, I'm speaking very slowly. The funds have already been appropriated to the fire department. So the fire department has the funds right now. The grant agreement with the state requires the fire department to work in coordination with HALO and to use the funds on wildfire prevention activities. That work can proceed immediately with AFD spending those funds directly on any required costs, any kind of equipment or supplies or personnel required to perform the work. This option has been presented to Halo, and I understand they are considering whether the scenario created by the state grant agreement works for their plans. And so I think the fire department is waiting to hear back from Halo on how they would like to coordinate. But the fire department can proceed this week to use those funds in consultation with Halo to directly procure any supplies needed to support wildfire abatement efforts. And I know the fire marshal is, I believe, in the room if there are further questions about that.
Yeah, thank you, and I apologize. My hearing is somewhat diminished, and I do sometimes struggle to comprehend what I'm hearing on the phone. So maybe since we have a representative from the fire department here, they can help. I just want to make sure I'm following this correctly, that even with a motion to postpone indefinitely, we're in a position where these funds are in hand and can be used to address these safety projects immediately. Am I following that correctly, Mr. Dean?
The green button. There you go.
Thank you. Brian Dean, Anchorage Fire Department Fire Marshal. Through the chair, yes, we are prepared to move forward immediately on this in concert with the projects that the Halo has proposed. We're committed to working with Halo to do wildfire mitigation projects on the hillside. We are currently waiting for Halo to correspond through the state that's how they want to proceed forward as well.
Okay, could you just clarify? You said clarify with the state. What does that mean?
The state agency that issues the grant to us.
So I mean, perhaps it might be useful here. I know we have one of the sponsors of this grant agreement in the audience, Senator Kaufman. Is there a question there about what the intent of the grant was when the state appropriated it?
It's pretty clear in the grant language what the intent of the grant is for, and that's for AFD to work with Halo to accomplish wildfire mitigation projects on the hillside. It actually goes into more detail about on parkland, but we previously clarified that with the state agency about that it can be used across the hillside.
So, and I know there are a number of projects that are ready to go. How soon do you expect we'd be able to actually start work after tonight?
As soon as Halo says yes, they're willing to work with us and we can vet the projects. We do have a list of projects, and we have to determine which ones are feasible and prioritize those.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. So I ran into the president of Abbott Loop Community Council. They are part of Halo. They're that interface before you're fully up on the hillside. They've expressed some concerns that the projects they put forward haven't been considered by Halo, and they do have some wildfire concerns, particularly in the streets that I call the planets, that are named after the planets. So if you all could check in on that to make sure that it is being an inclusive process, I would really appreciate that. And with that, I would move to postpone this item indefinitely.
So there's a motion to postpone indefinitely by Ms. Alatel, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Vaughn, you're in the queue. Oh, don't go anywhere. I got another question for you.
Not on the motion to postpone. You can dig me out.
All right, thanks. Did I hear you say the terms of the grant were changed from Parkland to something else?
That is correct. It specifically says in the grant that these funds are to be used to work on parkland.
Right.
That wasn't in the original requesting language through the legislature, and that's who we clarified through the grant agency at the state that it could be used for projects outside of just parkland.
So what I'm hearing you say is private property owners are now going to have trees removed from their property using state funds.
That is a possibility, yes.
Wow. Must be nice. I know a lot of people who spend thousands of dollars on their private property to have trees removed because it was a fire hazard. It shocks the conscience that we would be using public funds to clear private property. That shocks the conscience. But I guess it's the privilege of living on hillside. Mr. Volland.
Thank you. Yeah, I do want to comment on that because I had to have some trees removed from my property a few years back, and I think I paid Gage $3,500 to have a few birch trees removed and then trimmed. So I guess I'm curious about the change from parklands, how we established that, how, I mean, is this sort of like a normal operation for the fire department to be doing this type of work on private property? Can you kind of unpack that for me a little bit?
Through the chair, it's not unusual to utilize our grant funding. Historically, we have done multiple projects across different properties, public, private, rights-of-way, parkland. And we recognize that it's extremely expensive to remove spruce bark beetle from property. And we have given private homeowners funds reimbursement in the past for removal of that, but it was a very small amount, and we recognize that maybe homeowners need a little more help to accomplish our wildfire mitigation needs.
Can I maybe ask the administration, so next step, because I want to keep this to the motion to postpone, how is this going to move forward then? How are projects going to be chosen is what I want to know if this work continues. Whose private property gets mitigated? Which community councils' priorities move forward? I think those are really the questions that are giving some of us members a little bit of heartburn in terms of how this grant would be carried out, from legislative intent, then through the language of the grant, which now is maybe changing. What is the process going to look like, I guess? And maybe it's a question for you, Mr. Dean. Maybe it's a question for the administration. What's the process going to look like for selecting those projects?
Yes, through the chair, I can appreciate the concern. We have the same concern. And as we saw the projects come forward and the way that they were proposed, we saw that there's likely a need to have a vetting committee, a group of Hillside folks that say, hey, these are the projects that we agree should be workable and that they're prioritized. Those details haven't been worked out yet. We're still waiting to see if HALA wants to proceed forward in this process. My proposal would be to have a committee that sets that up. When a project is selected, then we'll have to scope out the details of the project. So far, we haven't seen any projects that directly impact private property. Mostly it looks like parkland, rights-of-way, trails.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Braga, then Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered if in your process that you possibly could get to grant by need, someone who really can't afford to have those trees removed, if that could possibly be part of the discussion, and also maybe properties that are at the interface between parkland are probably more volatile. I'm supportive, but I understand like cost of tree cutting for other people, shouldn't feel like this is a special class here. But I do also am very concerned about the hillside, and we all should be. I have seen the fire modeling of what happens if Basher Road up high catches fire. It will be straight down through Chugach foothills. And so we all need to be concerned about the hillside because it will be a problem if it goes.
Through the chair, agreed. And this is one grant project. We have multiple projects in the queue to address wildfire across the hillside, across Stuckian Heights. We're looking at Eagle River, Chugach, Eklutna, even Girdwood. And this is just one small portion of that, and we fully intend to do other projects that do more broad wildfire mitigation for our emergency egress routes, our interface areas between our large forested areas and neighborhoods, refreshing some of the previous shaded fuel breaks that were done in the past. It's a project that we're ramping up for right now, and we hope to continue for years to come.
Mr. Salt, Mr. Martinez next. Mr. Saltford.
Thank you. So I appreciate the answer earlier that yes, we have used Firewise funds to remove fuel from private properties. I also am pleased that we live at a time where forest fires can tell the difference between private property and public property. That's amazing that it'll skip private property. I also believe that this program has no intention of going on the private property and removing fuel. I believe the closest it would come is right-of-ways, as well as setting up locations where there would be a wood chipper where citizens, through their own efforts, could bring in fuel and have it removed. So I guess in that case, it would be mitigating the cost of that option they have today, which is taking it down to the Central Transfer Station woodlot or to the Eagle River main site. I also think it's a very slippery slope that we're going down if we're getting funds from the state that were requested for fire mitigation and we're willing to refuse those funds. What message does that send to our representatives about future requests, not only related to fire fuel reduction, but other requests within the municipality of Anchorage, if this is how we're going to treat their, I'll say, benevolency? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. It will help me get some clarification, perhaps, Chair. So just was asserted that if we let me be clear, the administration has asked us to postpone this indefinitely. Is that accurate, Chair?
Yes.
Okay. Is it?
And that's the motion on the floor.
Correct. And is it the assertion also, as has been articulated, that the work, essentially the dollars are in hand within AFD and the work essentially will continue forward independent of this particular action tonight?
That is correct, through the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. And so I just wanted to be clear, Chair, because when this was originally postponed, Chair, it had been articulated that the Anchorage Assembly was off the rails because it didn't care about fire hazard in the hillside, which was gaslighting, I think, and that may be a pun. But fundamentally, Chair, I just wanted to be clear that the intentionality of the work that is critical to fire safety is something that continues to be a priority for this municipality and will continue to happen. And then fundamentally, Chair, this has been requested from the administration because it had to get it together. Let me just be clear about that. This request for the postponement is primarily because a closer reading of the state grant demonstrated that if we were to move earlier on this, the way it was originally articulated, we would have potentially been out of compliance with the state grant. And so to be in compliance with the state grant, we slowed down to make sure that everything is aligned and fundamentally the work can continue. I just wanted to make sure that was clear on the record, Chair, because we also received lots of emails from folks who were upset that we asked them to be more deliberate and to make sure that all of the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed so that we can move forward effectively with our role as oversight. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we were clear about that, Chair.
Thanks. And I'm going to move to Mr. Myers because he hasn't spoken.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question. When it comes down to private property, it's my understanding that the private property they're talking about is an easement, not really clearing individuals' parcels, but clearing easements. Is that correct?
Through the chair, we haven't gone that far into the projects to determine where on the properties they might actually land. It could be in easements. There's, for instance, a proposal to add water drafting sites. That could be a small stream up in the Bear Valley area that crosses someone's property, and they have an area that can be utilized in a culvert fashion to impound the water and collect it on a seasonal basis. That might involve portions of private property.
I still have some additional questions, Mr. Chair, and I'm wondering if it would be appropriate if Ms. Colomb or Mr. Kaufman could come up.
You have every right to do that, but just know that questions might raise other questions.
Would either one of you be willing to shed a little light on this? Because I'm certainly as confused as maybe some other members on this body.
Senator Kaufman. hit the green button. There's a little green button. There you go.
For the record, Senator James Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Can you give us your take on this, and would you support postponing this indefinitely?
I believe that the work should proceed. There's an opportunity to proceed at this time. So as far as the motion, it may be confusing in its wording. My intent is that the work proceed. Now, as far as the intent of the money, the legislative intent was to provide some seed money so that projects that benefited the entire hillside could be identified and move forward. And I'm glad that the fire department is involved in it. HALO has been a nexus of community councils addressing fire danger on the hillside. So it was a bit of seed money to help organize these community projects, to help really popularize the idea that we need to manage the fuels reduction on the hillside. It's an existential risk to a big part of Anchorage and a big chunk of our tax base if it should burn down.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So I have myself in the queue, but I'll let you go first, Mr. Wand.
Sure. So my question is, for the administration, I believe what I heard the municipal manager say something along the lines of insurance requirements needed in order to fulfill the grant. I guess a question I have is, what type of risk would the municipality potentially face if we were to have awarded this grant directly to HALO and they wouldn't have met those insurance requirements? What happens if something went off the rails or something went wrong? Is there any level of risk for the municipality? What could that potentially look like?
Through the chair, we'd like to invite Manager Wynn Pearson to address that question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, the grant agreement explicitly requires the municipality to hold a series of types of insurance and to offer indemnity to the state for the work performed under the grant. It also requires us to pass those requirements on to any subgrantee or contractor working under the grant. I'm no longer serving as the municipal attorney, so I will defer to Ms. Gardner, but my conclusion would be that we may be in violation of the grant agreement if we were not to pass those requirements specifically on to any subgrantee or contractor.
Ms. Gardner.
Thank you. Through the chair, I agree with everything Ms. Pearson said. If we are in violation of the grant, then we're in violation of the grant. I haven't read the agreement myself personally, so I can't say what degree of, how big that liability might be. But generally, it's a good idea to comply with your contractual obligations.
So could I follow up?
Yep.
So if there was a violation of the grant agreement, could the municipality be fined? And if so, where would that money come from?
I might jump in there.
Forced to pay back the money, essentially.
Yeah, so if we were outside of the terms of the grant, rather than being fined, I think we would be subject to repayment to the state if we were using the monies outside of the requirements.
Right, so
within.
that's what I'm getting at, but who does the repayment? Is it HALO who does the repayment? Is it the municipality as a whole who does the repayment?
Through the chair, we hold the grant agreement, the contract with the state. So the only party with direct liability to the state for performance under the grant is the municipality of Anchorage through the Anchorage Fire Department.
Okay, I think that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have myself in the queue. Maybe we'll be done with this soon. I'm sorry. First, Ms. Brawley, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly, I think it's helpful as I'm listening to this conversation to separate a little bit the broad issue and intent that I think we all agree on, which is that we need to mitigate wildfire risk on the hillside and other areas that are similarly in danger, and also that we've already received this state grant, as I understand it, to the municipality. That is who it was granted to. So separating that kind of general intent from, I think, what we're getting into, which are some of the questions or concerns or risks to the municipality if we do not comply with the grant. And, you know, having done a lot of advocacy down in Juneau, talking to folks like Senator Kaufman there in the room and others, it is really important that we show that we are very good stewards of the money, because I know that there are multiple times that that the municipality has had to, you know, justify prior expenditures, or there's been concerns that we are not managing our money well. And so, for my part, I am very conscious of that, and that is, you know, how I approach looking at any time that we accept state funding. We have another item on this agenda where we, or on a previous agenda where we were receiving state funding for a different purpose. So, anyway, all that to say, I think it is just really important that we are conscious of what questions are being asked and why, and to separate that from the broader intent conversation, because this is really about how we utilize the specific grant that we've gotten. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up on that point, and thank you, Member Volan, for bringing that particular question out. Senator Kaufman, that you're here, thank you for being here with us. Would you agree that the Assembly being responsible to making sure that we are in compliance with a state grant is the right thing to do?
Well, I'm not an attorney, so I can't really comment on procedurally what should be done with any perceived legal liabilities, but what I can say is that the legislative intent was clear that this money come to Anchorage to be used for that purpose on the hillside of trying to act as seed money to jumpstart these type of projects that have been identified that could be done to mitigate the fire hazard that we have. If it has to be run through the fire department, that's fine. I know the Muni has already taken the administrative slice out of it, so that it's 180 now instead of being 200. And so if that's the process that has to be implemented in order to get something done, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't think that was my question, Senator, but I'll keep it moving. I just want to be clear. The question was, is it the right thing to do for the municipality and the Assembly to follow state grant guidelines, essentially?
Yeah, that would be inarguable, in my opinion.
And I agree with that. Thank you. Let's get to work.
So I have myself in the
Amen.
queue. Senator Kaufman, I just want to start by saying thank you. You know, we are grateful that you tackled this in the state budget this year. It is a difficult environment to peel away funds like this. And so first, thank you. That probably hasn't been said loud and clear enough. And so I don't think there's anybody on this body who hates the hillside, right? We take our responsibility to be good fiduciaries because that's our job. So really, that's all. I wanted to say thank you because thank you is due first. And to the Muni, if the funds are listed and spent in rights-of-way around schools and trails and easements, that's legitimate. It's totally legitimate. It's the question of landing on private property and clearing Uncle Joe's 25 acres of trees because it's great and he knows someone who knows someone, that's a problem. And I can't tolerate that kind of use of public resources. But if it's on rights-of-way, schools, trails, public property, even if it's public property that runs over private property, I find that to be completely legitimate. And Senator Kaufman, I would note that during the dark days of the pandemic, the municipality used approximately $4 million of federal money to remove beetle kill trees across the municipality as a work program. And so I want everyone who's in the room to understand we care about the issue of fire mitigation. And in fact, because of the investments we made, Senator Murkowski threw in another $4 million through a CDS. So we've been doing this work now for about 6 years. And we appreciate being joined in this effort to make sure that the state has a part of the conversation. I took a great beating in social media sites where people like to villainize people like me for appropriating money for beetle kill management and mitigation because it wasn't going to someone else's pet project. And I didn't have any trees that needed to be removed. I just recognized we can't have our city burned down. And so I'll end where I started, Senator Kaufman. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could, I'd just like
Please.
to respond to that a bit.
Yeah.
You know, one of the reasons why I'm here is just there was an uproar. People were concerned, and it wasn't just from folks in the community. It was also my legislative world. People were concerned that, again, it's that idea that our legislative intent, when we procure funds, that they go to a purpose, that they're taken to that purpose and they're used diligently for that. And that's the battle that I fight when we're down in Juneau. As all of you know, I mean, I'm the co-chair of the Anchorage delegation. I formed that and pulled it together so that we could work more beneficially towards our common goals. And one of the things that we have to deal with is the sense that we're a money pit. The credibility gap, we really faced a problem with that on the port, and we really had to work, all of us together. Those that were there for that know that everybody pulled together, from the mayor's office to the assembly, and those of us that were from Anchorage down in Juneau. We had to pull together and work together to try and show that we would take the money, we'd use it well. When we had that uproar over the mission creep of the port design, there was a lot of folks working together to try and make all that just keep moving along and make progress and get the funding. So we have to be sensitive to that as we're trying to get money for our projects, that we have to be able to show not only that we'll do them well, but we won't kind of question, well, what can we use this money for? And that was part of the reason why I thought, well, I better come down and just be sure that we have good clarity around that. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and I think that you'll find the municipality, the fire department's going to work really hard to meet the terms. And the terms, when you go and read it, that came to us didn't say grant to Halo, it said a grant to the municipality. And there were very specific issues within the agreement. So it raised a lot of questions for us. But I think we've come to a point where we're all in alignment, and the fire department's going to do a great job working with Halo.
Thank you. I think we're unified that we all hate the dang beetles that are killing the trees. So let's go get them.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
So with that, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely, which frees the money to be implemented immediately.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Solt? Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Solt?
No.
So on a vote of 9-3, this item has been postponed indefinitely. So rather than take our dinner break right now, we have one more item we're going to get through, and then we'll take our dinner break. It's the intent of the chair to take up item 14A at 7 p.m., and it is 7 p.m. Madam Vice Chair, you want to make the motion?
Move to change the order of the day to take up item 14A.
Second.
The motion to change the order of the day by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection, the order of the day has been changed. We'll now take up AO 2024-73, an ordinance, the Anchorage Assembly renaming Sand Lake Park to include recognition of Anchorage's first sister city of Chitose, Japan. The public hearing on this item is now open. If you want to come down and line up, if you want to testify, now is your chance. And for the young people, the tradition up here is to say your name and what part of town you're from, and then take up to 3 minutes to tell us your story. And before we proceed, I'm going to ask the Municipal Chief Administration Officer to make a brief disclosure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to state for the record that I have not been involved in this item at all.
The chair recognizes the Chief Administration Officer has had no part in this project. Thank you. The mic is off, so you hit the little green button. Now the mic is on. The public hearing is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Stella Falsey. I'm from the Sand Lake area of town. I support this motion, I guess.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
I'm Michael Tramberg. I'm from Sand Lake. I'm 11 years old. I'm a Sand Lake graduate and Chitose Exchange participant. I believe in the 55th anniversary of Friendship and Learning. Please change the name of Sand Lake Outdoor Learning Lab to Chitose Park. If you won't do it for me and my classmates, do it for the friends and memories we made in Chitose. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Addison Myers. I think it would be a really great opportunity for us to be able to change the name for the Learning Lab at Sand Lake Elementary School, because in Chitose there is a park named Anchorage Park, and I think because it's our first sister city, I think it would just make our bond a lot stronger if we could change the name to Chitose Park. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Arya Pulowski. I'm from like the Northern Lights kind of area in Anchorage. Ohayo gozaimasu. Watashi no namae wa Arya Pulowski. I'm a 6th grader in the Japanese immersion program. These are some reasons I think we should rename Sand Lake Park to Chitose Park. My first reason is because Chitose put time, money, and thought into a park dedicated to Anchorage. So to show our respect for Chitose, we should do the same. My second reason is doing this will build an even stronger friendship between us and Chitose. When we went to Japan, they showed us respect and kindness. One example of this is them giving us the opportunity to experience their culture. Some more examples of their kindness towards us are these really pretty fans they made for us. Every Sand Lake student that went to Midori Dai got some pretty fans. These are one small example for the kindness and respect Chitose has for us that we should show them. Lastly, making Sand Lake Park a Chitose dedicated park will show how much we value this friendship.
Thank you and welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You will have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Landon Boyda. I come from the Sand Lake area, and I've been in the Japanese program for 7 years and visited Japan this past spring. It was really fun. The people were nice and the food was great. Chitose is our sister city, so it only makes sense to change the name. It will help our bond with Chitose since Chitose has a park named after us. We should name a park after them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Kojin Tramberg, a very proud parent of one of the kiddos here. Didn't want to take away their thunder the last time when we met in front of Parks and Rec, but didn't also want to miss the opportunity just as a member of the community to be here to put in my vote too. So 2 boys that are part of the Sand Lake Immersion Program. I myself am half Japanese, half American, so the idea of having a sister city relationship and then having had the opportunity this summer to be a part of the delegation that went to Chitose representing this community amongst their city council, amongst their Board of Education, and then also within the elementary schools themselves. It is a supreme privilege to be a part of that. So really excited that this is being considered. For those that, I don't know how much of this body has actually visited that park or knows of its existence. I know there's a motion here that kind of speaks to it fairly well. I think my favorite part of what's being discussed or that park is it's right behind the school. And the Japanese immersion program has been going on for almost 30 years. We've had the privilege, honestly, of children going through that program and becoming teachers in that program. And when I went to Japan, they have a whole museum dedicated to the program. We kind of felt like celebrities. It was an unnerving experience, but really special at the same time. So I'm honestly very appreciative of this body that you guys are hosting the Japanese delegation here. This park right now, it's a beautiful park, and honestly, the naming of this park, I think, is just the cherry on top of what's been really a 55-year legacy. So I really want to contextualize my comments with that in mind. But the shape of the park, for those that don't know, is a fish. It's a koi fish. But koi is actually a homophone, so in Japanese it doesn't just mean fish, but also means love and friendship, which I think is beautiful, and I'm sure in the intent behind the design of the park. And then if you walk into the park, there's a gate, and in the Shinto tradition that gate's called a torii, but the idea is you walk out of the mundane of the world into something sacred. But if you've been to the park recently, unfortunately it's anything but. There's a tremendous amount of graffiti, and it's not nearly as beautiful as it could be. So the idea that there's an opportunity not just to change the name, not just celebrate the long time relationship that we have with our sister city, but then to maybe elevate its role in this community and to make it a larger part of the Sand Lake Elementary School, the Japanese immersion program, again, just kind of reinforce our relationship and our commitment to being a larger member of the world. Is something I know that our children will take to heart and something I would deeply appreciate. So I thank you for the time.
Thank you. Got a couple more folks to testify. Come forward. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Christine Bonnell, I'm from Rogers Park. I'm also your naming commission member and was approached by some of you about this project. And as your naming commission, I fully support the name change. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Trotter. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi everyone, I'm Jazzy Trotter. I'm Miss Anchorage. Should I lift this up? Sorry, I'm a little tall. I just wanted to come here and support all the Sand Lake students in this amazing endeavor. I had the opportunity this summer to actually travel to Chitose as an ambassador of the Sister City Ship Exchange and as Miss Anchorage. And I just want to tell you that it's such an amazing program. Actually, with me today is Tai Chi. Would you like to smile and wave? He's an exchange student from Chitose, and while I was there, I got to stay with him and his family and just experience their culture, experience the everyday life, and then today I got to take him to meet my family and to see our culture and what it's like in Anchorage. And I think that this is just an amazing exchange because it really shows different cultures and it introduces kids to cultures beyond their own. And so renaming the Sand Lake Park to Chitose, I think is just really amazing because it really solidifies that sister city ship. And I just wanted to say great job to all of you students that are getting active in your community for stuff that you love. So I'm really proud of all of you, and I would really support this. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Assembly. My name is Andrew Howcrow. I am a 35-year resident of Sand Lake, former PTA president, Sand Lake Community Council chair, and state legislator representing this area. I'll be very brief because there were far more articulate speakers prior to me, but I wholly support this. I think this is brilliant. These are exciting times for Sand Lake Elementary School with a new focus in growing the immersion program and a focus on reading, and this park just ties it all in. And it's not just exciting as far as a cultural exchange with our city, our sister city, but it strengthens Sand Lake. It brings branding and a vibe to the school. But more importantly, as far as all of us who love public process, tonight you will have a handful of students who will witness a process that will allow them in years to come to drive by that park and say, I helped do that. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you personally for your efforts. This is fabulous. It adds a lot of value to the neighborhood, to the school, in its time. So thank you.
Thank you. So anyone else? Oh, okay, thanks. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair, good evening. Thank you. My name is Linson Thompson. I'm the principal of Sand Lake Elementary School, and I'm here this evening to support these students, all of the students at Sand Lake Elementary School, and those that started this years and years ago. There was a group of students that stood before this body about 15, 16 years ago and wanted to create the learning lab that we now have. So this is something that started then. It continues with these students, and with the upcoming 55th anniversary of the relationship between Chitose and Anchorage, I think this is a wonderful opportunity to show the city of Chitose, our students and future students, and the community of Sand Lake the commitment and the relationship that we have with our sister city. So again, thank you for your time with us. I appreciate all of your work, and thank you to the students of Sand Lake Elementary School.
All right, we do have one person to testify on the phone. Can we call?
Your call has been forwarded.
All right, that's good enough. Thank you. So anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed.
Mr. Constant.
I would like to move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Bullen. Mr. Constant, would you like to speak to the item?
Sure. I had the amazing opportunity to travel 5 years ago to Chitose and see Anchorage Park with my own eyes, and I was so very impressed. And I realized that we didn't have anything of the kind here, and so we had to take that job and do it ourselves in time for the next exchange, 55 years. I want to speak briefly to the student engagement and invite the first proponent up to give us a brief presentation. Ms. Falsey? I think we have a slide set.
Thank you. I just have this little presentation to explain again why we want to rename Chitose, Sand Lake Park to Chitose Park. So, Anchorage Park is a beautiful park in Chitose, Japan, and it has like a golf course, a playground, like really cool stuff, and they're honoring us in this way. So I think the least we can do is honor them in our city as well and give them a park as well. So we think we should rename Sand Lake Park to Chitose Park because it's right behind the Japanese immersion school, and that is like ties together the exchange between and like ties between Japan and Anchorage. When I went to Chitose, it felt like I was a celebrity. Everyone was super welcoming. They just were so nice, and I just really want to go back again. They made me have like many new experiences and open doors, and I just really want to honor them. It was life-changing going there. Thank you. Arigatou gozaimasu.
So a couple more thoughts before I yield back the floor. Chitose means 1,000 years. It's the 1,000-year city, and this will be the 1,000-year park. Also, to the character of the park, I welcome you to go visit it now. There is a major improvement underway. There is sanding, there is cleanup, there's new wood on benches, and all of this will be ready by, if this vote goes as I hope, on 8/28 in the morning, we will have an unveiling of a new, beautiful Chitose Park. So with that, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Brawley, you are in the queue.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple amendments, but first I want to say thank you so much to the students for taking the lead on this, and for all of your work at the immersion in the immersion program at Sand Lake Elementary. I had the pleasure of attending the Parks and Rec Commission meeting last Thursday, and you'll see some information in your packet on that. So the Parks and Recreation Commission unanimously supported the renaming of this park to Chitose Park. The students did a great job, and also it was really great just to see them leading and to be able to support. So I'm sorry I can't be there in person this evening, but thank you so much to everybody who's been involved in that, as well as Ms. Anchorage and to our naming commission member, Ms. Fennell. So there's two amendments that I would like to move. I'll start with Brawley, Perez, Verdia, Constant, amendment number 1.
Is that a motion?
Yes, sorry, I move that amendment number 1.
Second.
So motion to amend by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. You can see that as was stated, we only have one naming commission member. Of course, we recently changed the code to have a process for naming items, and so we took a close look at that, the sponsors did, in making sure that we can comply as much as possible with that, knowing that there is no commission seated at this point. And so this is really a technical amendment that references the fact that we are waiving a portion of that code, but there's a memo that was laid on the table this evening that really goes through in detail how we believe, to the extent possible, this really does comply with the code, and of course, again, referencing our 55-year relationship with the city of Chitose, Japan, and the importance of that to our city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing, seeing none, member. I'll just ask unanimous consent. Any objection to the amendment? Seeing, hearing none, that amendment is adopted. Next, we have Ms. Brawley.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move Brawley, Perez-Verdia, Constant, amendment number 2.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. It is brief. It is consistent with the recommendation that came from the students and now from the Parks and Recreation Commission to not simply keep the name Sand Lake in the name, but to simply call it Chitose Park, and that is what the change is to the original version.
So the motion is to amend the name from Sand Lake Chitose Park to just to Chitose Park. I would like to ask if there's any objection. I'm seeing and hearing no objection. The amendment is adopted. So any further discussion on the ordinance? Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I totally intend on supporting this effort. We have a really great relationship with Chitose as a municipality. For those of us who have been on the body for a while, we've had the pleasure of hosting a delegation from Chitose in the past. I actually received a very beautiful gift from my counterpart at the time, the chair of their legislative body in Chitose, which I still display on my desk in the office. The chair, as he stated, and former member Dunbar had the pleasure and luck of going to Chitose several years ago, and now they're going to be coming back to it. So very great and meaningful relationship that we have with Chitose. Just as a quick aside, somewhat separate from this particular item that we have before us, I would urge members, and perhaps even use the phrase caution members, from bringing other namings until we get a full naming commission and they get a chance to delve deep into their work. I totally get the circumstance that we are in right now, with a very timely visit, and I appreciate the memo that gives what we might expect from a naming panel or naming commission. But I'm hoping that for any future namings that we can put them on pause. But this effort is wonderful, totally supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just make one last comment that the park that we're renaming isn't just the Learning Lab. It's both docks. It's the whole park is included in this. So Chitose Park in Anchorage will also really include the border of the water and everything. And I look forward to a time when we have some kind of celebration on the water and throughout that area to really make it live up to its potential. And we will be having the dedication on the morning of 8/28, I think between 9 and 10 a.m. I'll find the exact time very soon. And with that, members may proceed. Oh, it popped in. Okay, Mr. Martinez, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to offer my shout out to the parents, to the principal, to the supportive members of the community for supporting your young folks. And for them to step forward with ideas. I really appreciate the idea that with experience we can all learn, and with this global perspective, you know, Chair, Anchorage had been called the city at the crosswinds of the world, right? And I think Anchorage is the global block, and it's really a global city, and this is really a cool thing forward. But I also wanted to highlight, Chair, that cities change. Cities grow, and they adapt, and they reflect the changes of the voices in our community. And to hear that there had been work, that these young people picked up a body of work that already existed, and they will carry that a little forward, and then the ones that will come behind you will take it a little forward. That's exactly how change happens. I love to see this intergenerational mix, and I thank all the supportive members of the community.
Thank you. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. Just want to add my thanks also to the kids and to the community that stepped up and made this happen. Thank you, Chair, for all your work on this. But I also wanted to just say that as we thought about changing our process and our law as it relates to how we name things, I believe that this is directly in line with that intention. We want a city that is named as a reflection of who we are and the people who live here, and I think this is a wonderful first step. Thanks.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Brawley?
Very happy to vote yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
So on a vote of 12-0, AO 2024-73 as amended has passed the body. Congratulations, we now have Chitose Park. And we will now break for our regularly scheduled dinner. We should be back in about 20 minutes. Mr. Volland and Miss Brawley, are you on the phone?
Yes. Can you do that?
Okay, we're good. Dang, we could get started. I don't know what we're waiting for. Let's go back on the record. Welcome back, everybody. We're now on item 11B. 11B, Ms. Salatel, is AM 598-2024, an Amendment 1 to Grant Agreement 20240000366 with Covenant House, Alaska for supportive and essential services. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. On 11B and 11C, I was previously excluded as having a conflict due to my role at the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness and asked to have that conflict continue tonight.
Thank you. You had previously disclosed and were found to have a personal interest, so you are excused for the next two items. So this item, there's a motion to approve on the floor. Anyone wish to speak to this item? No. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Bronco.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say, while I appreciated the historical context that covered 248 pages and many meetings and minutes, I was more thinking about some clarification of what was accomplished by the grant. These people, these groups that are getting this money, Catholic Social Services and Covenant House, both of these, we can talk about them together, we know are amazing, fantastic, doing great things, and I don't doubt that at all. But I just kind of, I didn't understand what all those pages were about. It made me more confused than clarified.
I don't see, oh, go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't have a direct answer for Member Bronga's question, except to suggest that, I think the question you're raising is a good one, and I would suggest that maybe that's something we need to do in the Housing and Homelessness Committee. So maybe a suggestion for the new co-chairs is to get some grant reporting, not just of Catholic Social Services, but of a lot of the different agencies that we've been doling out grants to, frankly, in the last several years with regard to homelessness services, with regard to some of the housing projects that we have funded, and really getting a substantive update I don't think that update should necessarily preclude us from voting on these couple of items today, but I think it would be a good one to have at some point in that committee.
Thank you. Mr. Prisverdia.
Yeah, just adding a note, I'm in support of this. I think the information was helpful in understanding the history and, you know, how we got to the point of doing these funds, and I'm certainly so supportive of it at this point. I think, as I mentioned last time, and I agree with Mr. Rivera, that we do need to bring this to the Housing and Homeless Committee as a way to not only make sure that we're having proper oversight over the funds that we've been distributing for these kinds of projects and organizations, but also having a conversation about what the long-term plan is, and you know, what the plan is to be able to sustain this really important work that's happening, and where those funds are going to come from. So I think that's just an ongoing conversation that we have. But I'm supportive of moving this forward, and I'll commit as a co-chair of the Housing and Homeless Committee to bringing this to our agenda and having a conversation there. Thank you.
Thanks, and I have myself in the queue briefly just to add that there's a systems level part of this conversation beyond this appropriation that warrants consideration, and that's to set some benchmarks and standards for multi-year grants and expectations. If we have standards that are set and clearly communicated by recipients that this is not forever funding, our policy generally is X number of years, and then we have a new look, so that we don't have organizations that look to this as necessarily permanent. So what I think that we ought to do at some point, either in the Budget and Finance Committee or I'm not sure exactly which one, probably there, could be Rules Committee, where we talk about this, because we are about to set foot into the world of the ACE fund. We have alcohol tax monies that we are appropriating generally, and so I think there is some wisdom in stepping back from any of the specific projects and operations and talk about our process for multi-year giving and how we might look at that to make sure we're doing it thoughtfully and fairly and not communicating beyond what our intent is. And so with that, I don't see anyone else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Solt.
Yes.
Ms. Brawley.
Yes.
Mr. Volland.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
She marked it yes. Meg is the one that's out.
Oh, just kidding.
Conflict.
That's Meg, not you.
Okay, on a vote of 11-0, AM 598-2024 has passed the body. Next, we have item 11C, AM 599-2024, Amendment 1 to Grant Agreement 2024-000407 with Catholic Social Services, Brother Francis Shelter with the Municipality of Anchorage. This item, there's no motion pending. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Braga, seconded by Mr. Presverdia. Anyone wish to speak to this item? I would note for the record, Ms. Saltel has been excused for a substantial personal or financial interest. Ms. Braga?
Again, Catholic Social Services, amazing, and I am happy to continue support of it. The 248 pages for this one, added together with 496, was really helpful. Thanks.
All right, anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. Motion is to approve.
Member Rivera.
Yes.
Member Volland.
Yes.
Member Brawley.
Yes.
Member Solt.
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AM 599-2024 has passed the body. We can invite Ms. Salatel back. Next, we have item 13A. 13A, it's continued public hearing as an ordinance or AO 2024-67, an ordinance to the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 4.50.110 and 11.50.035 to reauthorize the Design Advisory Board for the Port of Alaska Modernization Program 24. There's an S and an S1. There is no motion on the floor. Ms. Salatil. Oh, I'm sorry, that's right. The public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Members may, excuse me, the public hearing is now closed. Ms. Salatil.
Move to approve the S1.
Second.
There's a motion to approve by Ms. Salatil, seconded by Mr. Presidente. Do you want to speak to it, Ms. Salatil?
I'll yield the floor to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. So this item has been kind of stewing around for quite some time. The intent of this ordinance is to extend the life of the Port of Alaska Modernization Advisory Board, but it's to expand its work to include review of construction process. It isn't to manage or monitor operations. We have the Port Commission for that. This is specifically to keep an eye on the shop as the construction project moves forward, to review from the perspective of the operators who are requiring or who will be ultimately required to forward the funding for the tariffs to pay for this project where we don't have grants or other funding mechanisms. So they have a vested interest in ensuring that the project is done efficiently and on time and as cost effectively as possible. And so with that, the theory of the whole concept is to extend this very important work into the future and move its focus from merely design to construction. So that's in a nutshell. One note, I will speak on behalf of a comment that was made by Member Brawley about the potential of conflicts, and we went back and forth on including kind of some language about the conflict of interest provisions, but I just want to speak it into the record here that it's fully understood that unlike any other board that I can think of in the municipality, the individuals appointed to this board do have a vested interest in the outcome because of their employment, as opposed to like the various boards that we have, the Board of Adjustment, where you might have people who are experts in land questions, but they would never review questions relating to land that they are involved with. In this case, we are asking these individuals to represent interests of their work, and so it's a little bit outside of the norm, but we decided not to change the code to address the issue because we think it's just better on a case-by-case basis to manage that question should it arise. And so with that, I will yield the floor. Ms. Salatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm happy to co-sponsor this with the chair for a couple of reasons. One is it builds on the work of the first Design Advisory Board. It has turned out to be a really great board walking us through the Port Modernization Program, and really want to take the moment to thank those who have been serving on it. It has really been a game changer in moving the Port Modernization Program forward, where they get a chance to really discuss the issues, and even if they can't reach consensus, we can hear both sides of the issue and have it brought to us really in a much clearer way, ready for action. Second, on the one change here that I think is important is that this ordinance moves the port director to staffing the board. And I think that's really important. He will be, of course, an expert there in the room, able to help about how our port works, but watching out for the municipal interest will be the municipal manager or a designee. So you just have to kind of square those things. And it's a little bit of a refinement on the board, but it's lessons learned on kind of what makes this board go and the types of interests that need to be represented at the table. And then lastly, I will say, I think there's an incentive for this Design Advisory Board structure to work efficiently because, as Mr. Constant said, most of these folks are going to be paying the surcharge on the Port Modernization Program and wanting to keep costs low, keep us on time, on track to get the port delivered. And the last thing is a strong Design Advisory Board is actually a strong advocacy board on our behalf to show that we are moving in the right direction, to pull in those federal funds, hopefully, work with us on whatever our state program is to bring more fund sources to the port. Again, a vested interest because they're otherwise going to be paying the surcharge on the tariff. So I hope you'll support this, and then it'll be just in time to get it kicked off as we move into this next phase on the port, moving towards a construction contract on T1. Thank you.
Ms. Bronco.
Thanks, Chair. I just had a question on page 584. On line 18, it says lowers the total membership from 7 to 6 members. And then down on line 26, it says the unspecified 7th seat can be from user, operator, or construction discipline. So it sort of sounds like there's still 7, but it says it lowers it to 6. So I was a little confused on that.
Yeah, so I believe in the S1 that was caught. That was just an error that was missed in the process of review and edit. So in the S1, it's captured and fixed.
Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Well, first, thank you for incorporating amendments. I noticed that those were rolled into the new S1 version, so that's great. Happy to support those. And thank you also for the attention to thinking about interest. I know we often talk about conflict of interest and where, somebody should not have maybe a decision-making role because of an interest they have. But I think in this case, as you already said, Mr. Chair, this really is more about a balancing of interests. And so I really appreciate that. I do believe that those interests are balanced. There is attention to making sure that the decisions are informed by the people who use the port every day and those different users, as well as other perspectives. So yeah, happy to support this, and thank you again to the sponsors for all your work, and looking forward to this group continuing to be a really good part of the modernization program.
All right, and thank you. I would note Mr. Gates has shared with me, at least, and maybe the other members, an ethics board opinion that he believes is on point. It's 2023-01. You can go to the ethics board webpage to review if you want further details on the question of conflicts. So with that, if there's no one else, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
Ms. Brawley?
Yes.
Mr. Volland?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
So on a vote of 12-0, AO 2024-67 S1 has passed the body. And since we've already done 14A, we'll move on to 14B, which is AO 2024-68. This is an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code 3.70.190 to return fire battalion chief positions represented status.
Reading.
The public hearing is now open. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. Move to continue the public hearing to the meeting of September 10th.
Motion to continue the public hearing by Ms. Zalatil. Who was the second? Was that
Bolland.
Bolland.
Second.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Bolland. So, Ms. Zalatil.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Although this item was already delayed 2 weeks, the administration has requested a bit more time, and the folks who I've been working with to kind of pull this together have conceded that it won't hurt much to wait 2 more meetings, which is the amount of time that Ms. Lynn Pearson had requested for an opportunity to sort through the details and make sure everything is in alignment before we get to a final passage. And so, practically speaking, everybody's in agreement that a 2-meeting delay isn't going to hurt anything. So I would ask members to agree. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. Just, I'm curious about this delay, and would just like to hear from the administration as to why, and if there is any concern at this point from the administration that that when they come back that there'll be a different position than what I think you've placed out an assumption that it's a good to go. So if from the administration here, where you stand on this at this point and the rationale for the delay. Thanks.
Through the chair to Assemblymember Presverdia. Candidly, this is partly just an onboarding issue. We had a first internal meeting about this before Manager Wynn Pearson arrived. We have not had a chance to brief her into this, and then she is now, as you know, traveling in New York City. There's a little bit of history that we are trying to dust off and make sure is not causing any design wrinkles, and there are a few other things we're trying to run to ground. But suffice to say, I think in the two meeting delay, I think will allow us to smooth those waters.
Thank you. And just to be clear that this isn't, the passage of this does not form the agreement. It just opens the door to negotiate a new agreement. And so the passing of this is just our step in terms of creating the space for them to do that. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
I would say it's almost there. My understanding is that we set the parameters in the code. These are the rules, and then we leave it up to the administration to negotiate the specific details of how it would be implemented between the administration and the bargaining unit, who would then bring it back to us as a modification to the agreement.
Okay.
And
Thank
we
you.
would have an up or down vote on that.
Thanks. I appreciate the information.
But some of that remains to be seen because there are just questions that the administration wants to sort through. I think we probably went from having a municipality that was very underrepresented by legal expertise to maybe having a municipality that's a little heavy. And so, and I don't, that's not anything bad. I'm just now we have to work through attorneys who think about processes differently, several of them in a row, and not all who are the municipal attorney, but you can't turn off your attorney-like thinking. And so with that, I just say, fine, we can get through this, and we'll figure out how to work together with that. So we have qualified representation plus.
Arigato gozaimasu.
So anyone else? Hearing seen none, the motion is to postpone or continue, the public hearing to the meeting of September 10th. Hearing seen none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Volland?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AO 2024-68, the public hearing has been continued to the meeting of September the 10th. Next, we have item 14C. Item 14C is AO 2024-76, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 3.30.172, classification to reclassify the Associate Ombudsman position, waiving Personnel Rules Committee. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Salatel. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Littlefield.
Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. So this one is actually just a small internal personnel ordinance. The way that the Associate Ombudsman's position is classified, it has a line in it that references secretary, the word secretary, and this effectively moves all of that out. And what that does to the Associate Ombudsman is it moves that position from an hourly position to an exempt position, which allows that position to be the professional that the current person is holding it is, to be more flexible in the choosing of the operation of their function, still under the ombudsman, but professionalized instead of secretarial. So that's what this does. Pretty simple. Anyone else? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Volland?
Wait,
Yes.
hold on. Now that I think about it, there was a request to make the effective date on this different, Mr. Gates. The next pay period. Sorry to pull back the vote. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, good recollection. My apologies. That request fell through the cracks. But yes, there is a request that I hadn't drafted. It's for the next pay period, which I think is next Monday.
So
instead of tonight.
I would ask for a motion to amend the effective date to August 19th and allows the clerk to make a conforming amendment.
So moved.
Second.
So there's a motion to amend by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. So the intent of the amendment is to make it the 19th. If the 19th isn't right, the clerk has the authority to make it the right day. That's the amendment. Okay. So any objection to the amendment? Oh, Ms. Branca, go ahead.
So yeah, I don't have an objection to the amendment, but since we stalled, can I ask a question about this overall?
After the amendment is
Okay.
done, yeah. After we vote on the amendment, absolutely. So, so is no objection to the amendment? So the amendment is passed by unanimous consent. Okay, Ms. Branca.
So I thought I read in here that that wasn't a salary change, it was more of a name change. And then, so then I'm trying to figure out why it makes a big deal what date it is. And so that's what got my alarms going.
So yeah, it doesn't change the salary, it changes the classification of exempt and non-exempt, but they can't have an employee that's exempt or non-exempt on half of a pay period and exempt on half of a pay period. And so what it provides for is that on the next pay period beginning, this position becomes exempt.
I hear you, thank you.
All right. It's HR rules, they tell us and we say yes. So that's what that is. Okay, so we have the amended motion before us. Is there any further discussion? Hearing seen none, sorry, now members may proceed to vote.
Member Volland.
Yes.
Member Brawley.
Yes.
Member Rivera.
Yes.
Member Stolt.
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AO 2024-76 as amended has passed the body. Next we have item 14D. 14D is AR 2024-232, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating American Rescue Plan Act funds for the amount of $890,348.08 to the Anchorage Health Department for emergency sheltering, all within the Federal Direct Grants Fund 241-900. Public hearing on this item is now open. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Move to postpone indefinitely.
Motion to postpone indefinitely by Ms. Zalatel. Is there a second?
Second?
Second by Ms.
Second.
Braga. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. This is, as was explained at the work session, working with the administration, this funding is not needed for this purpose. And I received confirmation from Ms. Wynn Pearson today via email that there is not a necessary other item or bridge funding item, but they'll be able to use the $4 million from the state moving forward. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera.
Yes.
Member Stolt.
Yes.
Member Brawley.
Yes.
Member Volland.
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AR 2024-232 has been postponed indefinitely. Now item 14E, AR 2024-233, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly extending a lease agreement between Solid Waste Services and the Anchorage Health Department for the use of the former Solid Waste Services Administrative Building located at 1111 East 56th Avenue for the continued use by the Anchorage Health Department for congregate shelter services as a congregate homeless shelter. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Mr. Chair, before we proceed, I'd like to just make a disclosure. We've had this item come before us previously, but my role is the Anchorage Coalition in Homelessness. I don't typically participate in items involving homelessness, but as this one is with regard to the specific use of a enterprise or utility asset, I did previously participate and would just like to make sure that that's still the ruling of the chair.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Move to approve.
All right, a motion to approve by Ms. Zalatel. Is there a second?
Second?
Seconded by Ms. Braga. Ms. Zalatil.
I move Zalatil Amendment Number 1. It was just passed out after the break.
Second, Voland.
A motion to amend by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Voland, I believe.
Yes.
Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. So what this amendment does is it takes us through the entire period the building has been identified as being available for this purpose, basically the transfer to the health department to use for its purpose. I was able to collaborate with real estate, the health department, solid waste services, council, Ms. Went Pearson, Ms. Gardner, and Mr. Gates. Nice effort here this evening to pull this amendment together. And so what it allows for is through October 2024, 2024 at the current rental rate, they will need to adjust the rental rate, and this is there's a provision there so that it's then set to go ahead and move through till 2025. So the idea is to go ahead and have this building available for all of the time that is set to be available, but that it is a way that the health department and solid waste services can negotiate for the right rate moving forward. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing here none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Member Stolt?
Yes. Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Volland?
Yes.
Right, so on a vote of 12-0, the amendment has passed. Now we have the main motion before us.
I'm in the queue.
Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. On the main motion, or on this lease now extending until 2025, the main thing I want to make sure we're keeping track of is that Solid Waste Services stays on track with its master plan. Its master plan has a substantial amount of waste diversion and other activities that extend the life of our landfill. So it's really great that we can find a creative use for something and fill a need with one of our other municipal assets. I acknowledge it's not coming at no cost to the health department, but that we are making sure that we are balancing the municipal interest as we look at using our assets in various ways. I know that previously there was a roof repair approved for this building, and that is also a part of making sure that building remains functional for the ultimate purposes of solid waste services. So I'll be tracking this building for a period of time, but I won't necessarily be with you when October 2025 comes around. So I just want to flag that for you all so that you're watching to make sure, because the landfill closure clock is one that we all need to keep an eye on, and anything we can do to extend that time will benefit us in the long run. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Go ahead, Ms. Braga.
So I understand this is just for the building, but there is the whereas that talks about Henning's contract, and that's just going to be dealt with at another time? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so this is functionally just about the use of the building, not about who is using the building. Anyone else? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Volland?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AR 2024-233 as amended has passed the body. Next we have item 14F, which is AR 2024-231, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage adopting the 2024 Housing and Community Development Annual Action Plan.
Waive reading.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. In my role as the Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, we submitted specific comments on this action plan, so I believe I have a personal interest in this item.
All right, I'll go and determine that you do have a substantial financial interest in this item. So is there, the public hearing on this item is now open, item 14F. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr.
Second.
President, seconded by Ms. Bronga. There is an amendment by Ms. Brawley and Mr. Volland. Do you want to go ahead and start there?
Sure. Can I move that, Mr. Chair? This is Member Boland.
And second, Member Brawley.
Okay, so there's a motion to amend by Member Volland, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Do you want me to just read this?
I'm happy to speak to it.
Oh, go ahead, please do.
Sure. So what this kind of goes back to the work session that we had on this item, and as was discussed, there are a number of Assembly-approved policy documents that we would like to inform a substantial amendment process that is going to have to move forward after the adoption of this plan. A lot of the items in this plan are to be determined. So as those are determined via the amendment process, we believe our policy documents like the Anchored Home Plan and the Anchorage Assembly Housing Plan or Strategic Housing Plan can inform that amendment process. And so we just want to make sure that as the health department moves forward with this, that there's alignment between the branches and that we're all working towards shared goals. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. Member Volland spoke to this really well, but just to underscore, we recognize that this does need to be approved and that this is really, and I know there's a lot of text in this amendment, but it's really just documenting, as Member Volland said, the other considerations we need, the other funding sources that we have available, and really wanting to make sure that we're strategic. So it's simply calling for a substantial amendment process and taking into consideration these other items. As this other item moves forward, we have time to do that. And we've spoken with the health department folks, and they are supportive of this as well. Thanks.
So I have a number of folks in the queue, but I think a member reached over to me and said, I need someone to interpret because it's hard to hear what both of you said. And this is a pretty complex amendment. I don't know who did the drafting.
Mr. Chair, you earlier made a suggestion to a speaker to slow down, and I think that would probably solve the problem. I think they're just speaking too quickly for their microphone, and it's all coming through garbled. So if they would just slow down when they speak, I think we'd understand them. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Who helped to draft this item? Was it council? Dean, I'm wondering if Mr. Gates might have the opportunity to walk us through what his analysis is, not because we don't believe you, it's just we can't hear you.
I missed the first part of that discussion, but I understand you want me to walk you through the amendment. It's difficult to hear Ms. Brawley on the phone. And the basic purpose, though, here is this resolution is for the HUD plan and HUD funding, CDBG and ESG grant funding and what to do with it. But the amendment is intended to say there's also other funding for similar purposes for homelessness and housing, and we should align the other funding. This is the HUD funding resolution here. So basically, HUD has regulations that require this plan to be adopted by the jurisdiction, and they need to submit it by August 16th. But they also have a regulation that says after that, and after HUD approval, the municipality or jurisdiction can do a substantial amendment process. And if they're changing allocations, they have a list of what will qualify. And so the Anchorage Health Department already said in their AM they plan to do a substantial amendment because there's two items that say TBD. You heard that at the work session, I believe. They haven't determined two property acquisitions from CDBG funding and one from ESG. Excuse me, I've got that right. ESG funding. Oh, home funds. Anyways, so this amendment is intended to say yes. We want the substantial amendment process to also look at aligning anything to change or amend in the HUD plan, aligning it also with this other funding that the municipality and the assembly has been allocating to the same purpose, which is 1, 2, and 3, the Anchored Home Strategic Plan, the Anchorage Assembly Housing Action Plan, which was adopted in December 2023, and the alcohol tax and how we've been spending it for homelessness. And so the 3 whereases address each of those sources. The Home Strategic Plan, whereas paragraph, and one about the Housing Action Plan, one about the alcohol tax. And then the operative sections, section 7 is simply saying the same. We want a substantial amendment process after the health department submits the 2024 action plan by the 16th this week, to do a substantial amendment process to align with those other 3 funding and policy guidance sources that we have, as well as with the HUD action plan. So I'm sorry if that wasn't the most clarity or articulate explanation.
So that's okay, Mr. Gates. I would ask the movers if that captured the essence or if you have anything to add, and if you do, speak please quite slowly and clearly.
I think that was sufficient.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Perfect. Thank you, folks. So you had the floor, Ms. Braga. Did you get your answer?
So I was wondering if Mr. Drolet had any comments on this amendment process and if this amendment that we're doing messes with your process in any way. This is quite a bit of money you're sitting on and needs to get in, and I just want to make sure that we're not messing up your system.
Thank you. Through the chair to Assemblymember Braga. No, this amendment is consistent with the process that we were already intending to take, and it just clarifies that we're all aligned on the same process. We were already intending to do a request for grant proposals and a substantial amendment. We have to get the plan submitted by the 16th to meet the deadline by HUD, but we recognize that we do still have a portion of the money where we need to select projects. And so we were hoping to have that done before we got to this point, but the process of doing this request for grant proposals has taken longer than expected. And so we're doing this plan submission in this manner and then doing the rest of the process there. I've been in coordination with Mr. Gates about the drafting of this amendment, and then we're supportive of it.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Presverdia. All right, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing, hearing none. On the amendment, members may proceed to vote.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Volland?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, the amendment has passed. We now have the main motion before us. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Volland?
Yes.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AR 2024-231 as amended has passed the body. Now we're on to item 14G. 14G is AO 2024-74, an ordinance amending the Anchorage Municipal Code, subsection 21.03.200C, review and approval of subdivision plans to allow applicant for final plat to submit to the plating board a certificate from the tax collecting official certifying that all municipal real property taxes levied against the property are deferred or abated and not due in current tax year. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, second by Ms. Braga. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. So I don't have any issues with the underlying idea here. In fact, it's really it's cleaning it up to make two parts of code work together. So that is all fine with me. This is being considered to be a technical amendment to Title 21, so it didn't require going through the Planning and Zoning Commission. I think what constitutes a technical amendment is been broadly interpreted here, quite frankly. But, right, it's in the expedience of getting the business done. We can understand this, I believe. It's reconciling two parts of code. But I think it's worth just calling that out because it has been a hot item for us as to when you need to go to the Planning and Zoning Commission or not. So I hope you'll support the item. It's truly some cleanup, but it isn't, I don't think, 100% what I would consider a technical amendment. There wasn't necessarily anything wrong with the Title 21 provision itself. It just didn't work with another area of code. Thanks.
Ms. Brawley.
Thank you, and I will try to be more mindful of speaking slower. I just want to reiterate something that has been mentioned in the last conversation that we had about waiving planning and zoning, which is that the requirement that we've had in our code to send all Title 21 code changes to Planning and Zoning Commission does not reflect the reality of our legislative role, and also does not reflect the practicality of the number of things in Title 21 and the scope of Planning and Zoning Commission's work. So I also support this. I appreciate the administration bringing it forward. I just knew that there would be, we shouldn't let this pass without an opportunity to comment on this particular policy, since this is the first ordinance we've seen since that code change. And again, it is illustrating that there are valid uses of this waiver. Thank you.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I will go just a bridge further than Member Zalatel. Recently, the Assembly affirmed our legislative authority to waive Planning and Zoning Commission review on items technical or non-technical. And I think part of the confusion is to what Member Zalatel pointed out. What is technical? What is non-technical? For my part on this item, as an Assembly member, I feel comfortable moving this forward without review and intend to support this and want to bolster other members as we vote on this. You get to use your discretion in how you vote to use legislative authority. Thank you.
All right, and I'll just have myself briefly to say, I have a question, I think, for Mr. Hurt, to put you on the spot. Earlier today, we were discussing, or yesterday maybe, the definition of a technical amendment in the code. And I think you pointed out to me that there is a time bound or a connection for a technical amendment to a previous change to Title 1. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, the definition for a technical amendment, pulling it up now, is found in 2103-2010, subsection B5C. If the director determines a technical amendment to Title 21 is needed to address conflicting provisions, inconsistencies, or unintended consequences associated with the Title 21 rewrite project, the director may forward a corrective amendment to the Assembly. And I misspoke previously where I said that the definition is provided in subsection B5C. It's not a definition, it just simply states the procedures for a technical amendment, and that language would seem to indicate that the conflicting provision, inconsistency, or unintended consequences, all three of those errors in code would need to be associated with the Title 21 rewrite project to fit within this procedure that's outlined here. Further, generally in the past in ordinances where this has been used, there's a section within the ordinance that states the date when the director forwarded it, provided notification to P&Z. That's one of the requirements for exercising this, is that the director notifies the commission at the time the proposed amendment is submitted to the assembly, and that's been reflected in the text of the ordinances themselves when this exception's been relied upon.
Thanks. So just to point out to members, we've had a lot of conversation about this waiver provision, and we now have made it explicitly clear in the code that we have this authority just based on our legislative authority, not on the previously existing language of a waiver that the planning department has used consistently for years. And the reality of that code section is that the waiver was based on conflicts to the Title 21 code rewrite, which happened in 2014, 2015, 2016. And so it doesn't just, the code provision as practiced before didn't just allow a waiver because it's technical. What does that mean? It was technical in the difference between the new code and the old code. This isn't that. And so it's just one more example of the flexibility of interpretation of the code. I support this ordinance, and I just want it to be really clear that the waiver authority is inherent, not based on that section of code, because that section of code limits the ability to use it to almost no circumstance these days because that change came so long ago. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Volland?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AO 2024-74 has passed the body. Now we have item 14H. 14H is AO 2024-75, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 12.60, to include the Muldoon Special Study Area and the tax incentives for housing program to increase the duration of tax abatement for downtown Anchorage. Public hearing on this item is now open. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to introduce the S version. It is in the addendum packet for folks. And I wanted to express, Chair, my intent to continue the public hearing to the meeting of September 24th.
So the motion would be to continue the public hearing, not to introduce.
So I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing to the meeting of September 24th.
So there's a motion to continue made by Mr. Martinez. Is there a second?
Second?
Seconded by Ms. Braga. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Would this be the time that I've mentioned the S version?
The whole package will come forward, but yes.
Right on. And so I just wanted to just draw attention to my colleagues. The S version does a couple of cleanups working with legal staff, and so it really is basically the same original version, just some other cleanups. Take a look at that. And I also, Chair, expect to talk about this item at the CEDC meeting on September 5th, and so I would encourage colleagues to come prepared for that discussion as well.
All right, so the motion is to postpone. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. I can't support a motion to postpone for a couple of reasons. One is what's being proposed here, I think, is a really slippery slope. The Muldoon Special Study Area doesn't exist anywhere in code. It doesn't exist in its own district plan. And so in the interest of kind of equity and fairness, I think it's really just creating an area isn't fair to the rest of the city, because what then prevents me from just creating some midtown area, and I think we lose sight and we lose the focus of tax abatement. Second is this area is in a transit-supported corridor, and yes, that section of code sunset, but that would be starting with the tools we have at hand and just undo the sunset and reactivate that section of code. So unless we're headed toward one of those two opportunities, I am not
wanting to spend a bunch of time on this. I thought there had been a conversation that we were going to kind of look at tax incentives holistically and bring back the transit-supported corridor in the meantime so that at least it was on the books, so that one project hit the right thing. I know that's a tough incentive to use. So right now I am not in support of postponement because I think that unfortunately this item leads us down a path that I don't want to go down. Thank you.
I have Ms. Bronca, then Mr. Ball, and then Mr. Martinez. So go ahead, Ms. Bronca.
Thank you, Chair. I don't agree. I feel like the Muldoon area, the special corridor, it's a federal opportunity zone which has not brought much happening, which is clearly, I was reading about federal opportunity zones and how it's like an opportunity of a lifetime, but it hasn't caught. This area needs love. And I think focusing on the Muldoon corridor, knowing what I see along that is more important than the downtown. The buildings, the businesses, anything in that area has not seen this kind of investment in a long time. And I just cannot say enough about how important I think this is for the residents in my area of town. I took a group biking through there and they, kind of laughed, we're deep in the dunes now. We have a reputation and we know how wonderful our area of town is, and we need to show it some love.
So next in the queue, I have Mr. Volland, and then Ms. Brawley, and then Mr. Martinez. So Mr. Volland.
Thank you. A question that I have is how this purports to overlap with the already existing tax abatement for residential multifamily along transit supportive corridors, which includes the Muldoon corridor. And also, I guess, when do we need to, are we running up against a deadline to extend the downtown tax abatement incentives? Those are my two questions.
I speak out of turn here, but I believe the downtown tax abatement expired already.
Got it. So, okay, so a path forward could be this passes either tonight or when we continue it, whenever we continue it. Or we take a standalone item up for the downtown abatement and take Muldoon and or other areas separately, or nothing moves forward. So I don't know. I'm conflicted as to continuing. I certainly think that the Central Business District tax abatement should be renewed, but Muldoon already has a multifamily abatement. I'm not sure if that should be renewed or set to expire. So yeah, I have some questions about including the Muldoon corridor. So I don't know. I guess I would support continuing this until a time certain. Thank you.
All right, so Ms. Brawley, then Mr. Martinez.
Thank you. I do support the motion to postpone. I do have some of the same questions and concerns that I've heard raised. And I think the bottom line with any of these tax incentives is we need to think beyond just what we want to happen and how we make them work. And I think we've had some challenges in this city with prior tax incentives. Some have been used, others have been not used, and I think the missing piece is really targeting them to what we want to happen and then designing them in a way that people will use them and also caring for the fact that they do shift the tax burden to everyone else. And there are reasons why we should do that, to get more buildings in the city, to get more development, to get more housing, right? There's policy reasons why we do that, but we also need to look at the implications of them. And so I think we should be putting our ideas on the table to look at, but I think this one needs more work. But I am also looking forward to the presentation on the 5th, and so that's why I'm interested in letting this one get fleshed out. So I'm a yes vote on the postpone. Thanks.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to remind my colleagues that the opportunity exists to explore all of the types of conversations that we've had. It is not an exclusive for folks to have a postponement. We're going to bring this to CEDC. The conversation's open. If there are more conversations that need to happen with respect to some of the points that members have mentioned, I think that's exactly the opportunity to explore them. So I'd look forward to folks supporting the motion to continue the public hearing and to having a robust discussion at our CEDC meeting and other opportunities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I'll just, you're trying to get in the queue, Ms. Branca? Go ahead.
So I just wanted to also add, there's going to be a great bike ride encompassing the Muldoon corridor on September 7th. Meet at Red Robin at 2 in Tacotnu.
Ms. Zalato.
Thanks. I know I'm in the minority here in terms of not wanting to postpone this, and so I just want to take the opportunity to say that I think getting really specific on where tax incentives are as to a location versus a set of circumstances is something that really puts me off. I'm just kind of putting it out there for if we're going to look at these things, because downtown has had a number of opportunities, and that's great. But the question is, how do we pick winners and losers for parts of town? I don't think that's fair, and I don't think that's right. I think that if we can pick out circumstances like federal opportunity zones and how do we catalyze those, make transit supported or supportive corridors work, make particular town center areas or adjacent areas work, I think we're on to something that can be extrapolated to all of our areas of town, so that we can talk about economic development and housing throughout our entire municipality and not just in spot areas. It feels a little bit like spot zoning, but not zoning, but using taxes instead. And so that's where I come down on it. I'll look forward to hearing what the conversation is. And if the intention is to move forward the item on the 24th, I would really ask if the sponsor out of the CEDC meeting would ask for a work session as well. Thank you.
Thanks. And I might come at this from the opposite perspective as Ms. Zalatil does, that it might be beneficial to the sponsor to look at a map and draw some lines and work with council just to create a place and a boundary so it's visible on a map instead of just conceptual. That's the opposite of what some members want, but I think it would be valuable.
Chair,
Mr. Martinez.
That's a call to a response.
Yeah.
If members look at the item, first of all, Chair, I just want point of information. Are we into the merits, or are we discussing the continuation of this public hearing? Because I feel like we went into the merits and it got into a little bit of the debating aspects that could be really, really robust, but I don't know if that's the lane right now.
I think it's a point of order, and I think you're probably right, but I think we're also through it. And what I just hope that when we come back to this question after this motion passes, we have more information.
Well, Chair, just the reason I asked you the point of order is because your question basically demonstrates that that you didn't look at the package, just fundamentally, right? Because the map is in the package of what you're describing. The special study area is identified in the East Anchorage District Plan. These documents are 10 years old, and so these are, again, to the merits. And I just wanted to be real clear, Chair, that your question continued to, in my mind, lead to the debate aspect when we're really just, the motion is to continue the public hearing.
Yep, thank you. All right. Anyone else on the motion to postpone? I'm not seeing or hearing anyone. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Volland?
Yes.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
So on a vote of 11 to 1, this item is postponed to the meeting of, or excuse me, continued to the meeting of September 24th. So,
Point of information, Chair.
yep, go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
I also think it was requested out loud that there would be a work session, so I just wanted to put
Yeah,
that.
so I think once we have the committee meeting and you kind of get a sense of where it's going, then we'll schedule, we'll know what's germane. Okay, we're getting close. Next, we have item 15A, AR 2024-236, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding new package store license number 16135 for Apple 9 Hospitality Management, Inc., DBA Home to Suites, Anchorage Midtown, located 4700 Union Square Drive. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Myers. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Volland?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, AR 2024-236 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15B, AR 2024-240, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for beverage dispensary license number 3518 for the Jalapenos Inc. DBA Jalapenos Mexican Restaurant.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, or was it Ms. Braga? Moved by Ms. Braga, second by Mr. Myers. Any discussion on this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Volland?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, AR 2024-240 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15C, Resolution AR 2024-242, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of brewery manufacturer license number 15860 for Magnetic North Brewing Company, DBA Magnetic North Brewing.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, second by Mr. Myers. Any discussion on the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Volland?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, AR 2024-242 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15D, a resolution AR 2024-243, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the new package store license number 15861 for NHG Airport LLC, DBA 49th State Brewing, Ted Stevens.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Braga. Any discussion on the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Volland?
Yes.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AR 2024-243 has passed the body. That concludes our business agenda. Next, we have audience participation. Anyone from the public wish to be heard? Oh, that's right. We'll go ahead and call Ms. Sherry Stryzak. Hello, Ms. Stryzak. Hi there, Ms. Stryzak. This is Anchorage. We're taking final audience participation. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name, what part of town you're from.
Hello, my name is Sherry Stryzak. I'm from Chugiak, District 2. I'd like to thank Mr. Littlefield and Mr. Myers for representing District 2. We have an exciting election season ahead of us. The presidential and U.S. Congress election are much anticipated. As we are aware, the primary is a vote for one, whereas the general election is a ranked choice vote. Unlike the municipality, which is still a vote for one process, with the yes on two ballot measure, we have the opportunity to repeal ranked choice voting and bring it back into alignment with the municipality's process. Another area of concern in this election year is election integrity. I had the opportunity to work alongside the professional and knowledgeable staff at the municipality voting center on Ship Creek Road. During the mayoral race, I served as an election observer. This was an amazing experience, and as I understand it, there are many opportunities available to the public to serve as an election observer at the voting centers and to be poll watchers throughout the state for the presidential election. In addition to paid work opportunities, they also exist. Even if this is a short-term opportunity, you will gain a wealth of knowledge and an appreciation for all the work that goes into the process. At the municipality voting center, there were strict rules and limitations on areas that could be accessed and only by personnel with the appropriate clearance. This was done to ensure the integrity of computers, scanners, processors, and other equipment so that they would not be jeopardized. Some of these rules included cell phones and other devices capable of picture taking were not allowed around the equipment to ensure the integrity of the equipment and computers so that they could not be jeopardized and hacked. This seemed an odd statement as I was assured that the computers used in the election center was not connected to the internet. But if the processors and equipment truly is not hackable, then the picture taking seems to be a moot point. The more I thought about the election process, the more unease I felt about all the reliance we have on computers, scanners, and other various equipment used in the process. I think our municipality and the whole state should move to a truly transparent process with hand counting ballots. As we saw with ranked choice voting, the trend to always try to improve a process sounds great. However, it leaves more to be desired for a truly transparent and unhackable process. If hand counting ballots becomes a reality, then just as we are revisiting ranked choice voting, we could always repeal hand counting if it is determined to not meet our community needs.
Thank you.
I want to thank the municipality.
Your time has expired, Ms. Stryzak.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? All right, we'll move now on to member comments. We'll start with Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you for the meeting tonight. Just wanted to share my thoughts, go out to all the parents out there that are preparing their kids for school. It's a big time of year, so stay safe, stay clear, stay sane. But other than that, just want to wish everybody a good night. Thanks for a good meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Salt?
No comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. Mr. Volland?
No comments. Thank you, everyone, for a great meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley?
Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatil?
Thanks. The 15s are becoming my favorite to watch you all race to do the motions. I think we have a game afoot. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
No comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No comments.
Thank you, Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No comments.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. No additional comments.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
To be off early.
We might get this the last shine. And for my comments, I just want to thank all the members for unanimously supporting those amazing children and the effort to rename Chitose Park because it's awesome. And I hope you come out to that celebration. It'll start as an assembly in the school with the delegates from Chitose meeting the students, and so we'll all be in the gym, and then walk out to the park that will be dedicated. And then there are some other items you'll see in your emails for your calendars if you haven't seen them already. So with that, thank you, everybody. We'll stand adjourned.